Okay, good morning everyone and welcome to day 10 of the Viva Supplementary EES hearings. Today we'll be hearing Viva's main submission, except on Aboriginal cultural heritage, which we dealt with in a closed session in December. We just have a few preliminary matters to deal with before we move into Viva's submissions. The first is I just need to make a declaration that on the 25th of February, Mr. Tobin and I will be co-presenting at a Viva Regional Planners Forum. That will be before we hand in our report, and I undertake not to discuss this matter with Mr. Tobin until the report has been handed in. Does anyone have any concerns in relation to that?
No.
Okay. The next matter to raise is that last Friday we received a letter from Ports Victoria providing us with an update in relation to the assessment of navigation and mooring risks. Ports Victoria is not a submitter. We understand that the letter has been sent to DECA Regions, the Impact Assessment Unit, and to the committee. We understand it hasn't been sent to Viva. Our preliminary view is that the letter doesn't directly relate to any of the 4 relevant environmental matters that are before us. However, it raises the possibility that shipping channels or manoeuvring basins may need to be reconfigured, which Ports Victoria say could increase the area of environmental impact. So there's that one line in there about that possibility. We understand that Viva and Ports Victoria have been in correspondence about that issue. You may need to take instructions on that, but if there is anything you're able to update us on, perhaps we could revisit that tomorrow morning. We haven't as yet tabled the letter, but it is our plan to do so. And then I think that will facilitate the parties taking instructions on whether there's anything else we need to do about that. Now, EPA have advised us that Mr. Blaker of Council will be presenting their main submission tomorrow, and we understand that he'll be appearing online. EPA have also advised us that they intend to observe today's proceedings online and the school submissions on Friday, as well as the proponents closing submissions next Monday, but we won't be seeing the EPA in person. We are currently working off version 4 timetable, but we will be circulating a version 5 timetable later today. We've had a few submitters dropping out and a few little adjustments to the timetable, but no major changes, but we will circulate a version 5 later today. Any other preliminary matters that the parties wanted to raise before we get started this morning? Nothing from Geelong Grammar? Anything from Viva? Nope. Okay. Well, we've got some material that we received from you on Friday. We've got your closing submission, which we think there'll be a reply submission next Monday. If this isn't the last, we'll be hearing from you. We got, it's very hot in here.
Yes.
Sarah, do you want to see if you can do anything about that? I'm going to expire by about lunchtime at this rate. We got day 2 environmental mitigation measures and day 2 incorporated document. We got technical note 6, which is the proponent's response to some questions on notice from weeks 1 and 2. And we've also got Dr. Wallace's response to some questions on notice from weeks 1 and 2. So I think we're well set up for what you're going to take us through today, and we'll hand over to you.
Thank you. It wasn't clear with the microphones whether they're amplifying in the room, but they are. Okay, thank you. And if anyone can't hear me, perhaps if they could sing out, I'll do my, but I can bring it closer if that helps. Yeah, okay. But sing out if there's a problem, okay? Thank you. So I'll just, before I go to our submissions, if that's all right, Member Carlisle, I will just briefly respond to a couple of the things you just raised. The letter tabled, I will get further instructions. I think I know the answer, but we won't deal with it now. And I haven't seen the letter, but from what you just said, it didn't seem to materially depart from the advice that was given on this matter on the last occasion, the way I understood it from you then. So, but I'll get, if there's anything more specific than that, we'll come back to you on that tomorrow. As to the documents you've just identified, you're right that the way we've set today's course is to provide a closing which focuses more on the closing of the case after all of the evidence has been concluded, but of course in advance of submissions of many submitters that will be made through the week. So we really see this document, the closing submission, as being a comprehensive analysis and response, very much in accordance with the Minister's directions, and focusing on the evidence. And it'll be Mr. Chessel's task, by and large, to take you through a number of those matters as he led the evidence of the key witnesses, or the ones that occupied most of the time on the last occasion. And we will on Monday, if things run quicker, late Friday, but probably Monday, have a document for you that is really a pointed response to each of the submitters' comments, or grouping them accordingly. So we don't, in this document, go out of our way to anticipate what's going to be said in submissions. We thought it's more appropriate to do that in reply. There is some degree to which obviously we do as we can glean through the evidence. The other documents that you have today included the day 2 mitigation measures. In respect of those, you hopefully noticed that they are colour coded, and we're hoping that that is how they've landed in your inbox. So for today's purposes, it's really the purple markings in the day 2 mitigation measures that update you from day 1 and post the evidence. It'll be necessary for Mr. Chessel to take you to some of those, and it will probably suffice for today that that's happened as part of Mr. Chessel's submissions, so we won't necessarily go back and walk you through all the mitigation measures today, although you may wish us to give a little revisit on those in our reply also on Monday, in case anything else arises during the week. As to the incorporated document, I can simply say the only changes you've got in that version are of an administrative nature based on DECA, and we won't otherwise take you to those at all. And the supplementary technical note that you've received, it may be necessary for Mr. Chessel to cross over to that and to Dr. Wallace's responses, but otherwise we will be proceeding on the basis that they're read by the committee members. So the primary focus for today's purposes is the closing submission document, and by reference to the table of contents, it's my task immediately to introduce the day by reference to what we've described as the introduction and the overarching issues, which are really A and B. And then after perhaps a break, because I won't be very long, Mr. Chessel will then walk through those of the impacts that we've determined should have some explanation or some elaboration today. I thought I'd let you know now, though, that we don't think we'll spend long on threatened and migratory birds and D, and we'll assume the committee's reading this document separately. And you touched on Aboriginal cultural heritage matters, and necessarily pointed out that that was an in-camera part of the case. I just thought I would mention this morning, without going into the details of it, just to remind the committee that we haven't set it out in the closing submissions, but when you revisit the document that was prepared on that day and for that day, which I think was document 65, at paragraph 38, there were some items set out as potential findings that we had put to the committee on the basis of being drafted in a way that could be recorded publicly, and we explained that at the hearing. So it's a matter for the committee, but I thought I should let you know that really it is an adjunct, if you like, to our closing submissions here, that paragraph 38 and those sub-paragraphs were prepared on the basis that we thought they survived and could survive outside the in-camera purposes of the hearing.
Is that something that you've discussed with the Wattle?
We discussed it on that day.
Yes.
And I didn't hear any opposition to the proposition, and we had set it out in exactly those terms in that document. But you might want to revisit the recording on that perhaps rather than me speak for them today.
Okay.
All right, so if I may turn to that document now, the closing submission. I will be largely reading through and then taking a couple of comments aside from this document. I think when you find Mr. Chessel's part, he'll need to read through parts and he'll skip over parts. But for the purpose of the introduction, I won't read through those early paragraphs that re-identify us and the proponent. And at paragraph 2, of course, we've made the comment that while we've prepared closing submissions here and there are reply submissions to come, you've heard a number of oral submissions along the way. Evidence, there's been a number of other documents, and they're obviously part of the compendium of the submissions in this case on evidence and on other matters. But here, what we've sought to do in the closing submissions we set out at paragraph 3, which is to provide the proponent's response to the key issues that have arisen following the presentation of the case and the expert evidence, which for the public in the gallery today who may not have been following the hearing was combined in the sense that any evidence that was to be led by any party was led prior to this week. So the submissions here follow the conclusion of all evidence, not just the proponent's evidence. And so we've, at paragraph 4, set out what I really showed you in the table of contents, with me taking you through what's there under 1, Mr. Chessel going through what 2, 3, 4, probably touching on 5, no need to go through 6, 7 only so far as it's along the way, and we'll take the, really what's part A is our conclusion in this, and we'll no doubt just take that as read after you've heard all the matters preceding that. At paragraph 5, we align the closing submissions with our opening submissions. We did say in our opening submissions that there were some propositions we'd revisit, and they're reset out here at 5. The reason we've reset them out is that we say they have held good and they are sound, having heard the evidence and what we anticipate the arguments to be, even about the scope of the hearing. And so those conclusions we had suggested, we revisit today, and we will at least draw your attention to them again in reply. But we do draw attention to some of the language of those. The first was that the supplementary statement has produced additional useful information such that there is adequate information for a rational assessment of potential environmental effects of the project, consistent with relevant legislation and the Minister's directions. And secondly, that information usefully builds on and reinforces earlier evidence and assessment, and what we mean by that is the first EES, that the potential effects of the project would not materially increase existing environmental impacts from the refinery and other activities, including to the marine environment. And if I can just pause, in opening, we spent some time on that proposition, that the fundamental exercise for you is to measure change and effect, not just to focus on a natural environment or an unaffected environment. And that the task we said there was very much on the basis of existing conditions, which include other industrial activities, the port generally and the environs generally, and indeed the refinery. We had said that the additional information demonstrates the capacity for the project to comply with applicable requirements and to respond properly to the existing context, and this is really focusing on noise, whereby noise from industry is audible from time to time, and where it is appropriate to assume ongoing improvement over time. Air emissions, we say the additional information has further assisted, but again clarified, we'd say, rather than departed from earlier assessments. 5, I've touched on with Aboriginal cultural heritage. And 6, that the additional information did generally reinforce the findings of reports exhibited with the original EES, and as such weighs against contentions that further or other information is needed to predict potential effects to the marine environment or other relevant environmental matters, or to identify appropriate mitigation measures. And that all of those propositions were consistent with the basic locational attributes of the facility, situated within a port setting attached to a long-standing and entrenched energy facility and integrated with an existing industrial use of seawater with existing intake and discharges. And after the completion of evidence, the proponent submits the above propositions are sound. There is not a reasonable basis for the committee to be unduly distracted by further or other argument that strays from the specific tasks set by the Minister. Nor are the further or other assertions now raised by others in evidence sufficiently weighty or important to prevent findings being made along the lines set out above, nor to prevent recommendations as to the acceptability of the project subject to the mitigation measures. And the proponent submits the committee can be comfortably satisfied, having regard to the submissions and evidence, not just made on behalf of the proponent, but the analysis even of the evidence as put by others and relevant to the scope, that the environmental effects of the project have been appropriately identified and when mitigated will meet the standard of acceptabilities to be applied when assessing the environmental effects of the project. And that based on the additional information we'll be submitting, that you have, you are in a good position to respond to the Minister's request for additional information and to provide a report. So in revisiting that, we do go back to the process itself, and the proper interpretation of the Minister's directions is a matter that we understand to be perhaps elaborated on, we'd say pushed too far, but where we anticipate an argument to try and make this some kind of a technical debate about what you can and can't have regard to under the directions. And we say it's a fair bit simpler than that. We don't need to satisfy you that something's totally irrelevant or not relevant. What we need to show you is that the Minister's directions in this case are quite specific and targeted. It would be possible in any request for supplementary information to seek additional information on a general basis or a more specific basis. And this is clearly the latter on the plain terms of the directions. And perhaps if we start there in what we've set out with under those overarching issues, we remind you that we had set out in fair detail earlier the notion of it being supplementary work and additional information. I do have a typographical error there at paragraph 10.1, when the starting point being under the Environment Effects Act 1978, section 5.1. I think we've accidentally said 6.1 there, but I might just ask, I don't know, is that able to be shared, Ms. Mann? We might just share that provision because it is the key provision that sets the statutory task. Nothing else in the case or in terms of reference or anything else can broaden what is the statutory task. And the statutory task there is set out at 5. And in the heading is the Minister may call for supplementary statement. And at 5.1, the Minister may at any time call for a supplementary statement containing any additional information that he or she considers necessary for the making of his or her assessment. And in calling for that information, in this case, of course, the Minister's directions were provided, which we'll come back to in a moment. But the point I wanted to make here, Member Carlisle and others, was that the Act doesn't prescribe, if you like, how the Minister might ask for that or in how much detail, how specifically. That occurs in the request or the calling of the information, and it's where you are, your attention's obviously drawn to that calling information in the directions. But from that provision alone, as we pointed out on screen, it's additional information that the Minister considers necessary. And secondly, as we point out in paragraph 10, it's for the Minister alone, obviously, to determine that scope. And thirdly, that the assessment is to be undertaken by the committee is an assessment of fact. It doesn't involve speculation or the application of unspecified principles, qualifications or limitations, and we've taken into some authority on that, which we refer to again in our footnote there to that paragraph. And that then the corollary or consequence of the first 3 principles is that the committee's role is confined providing the Minister with the additional information that the Minister has in fact requested, and indeed the Minister's directions expressly require that the committee not consider matters forming part of the original EES, but which are not part of the supplementary EES, or which fall outside the scope of the SES, and we're giving that reference there. And the fifth, your role is not to express an opinion as to the merits of the project or whether it should be approved, but rather confined to assessing the acceptability of those relevant environmental effects as identified by the Minister and having regard to mitigation measures. And a relevant environmental effect will be acceptable if it's adequate, satisfactory or tolerable. 6, an acceptable environmental effect is not a negligible or non-existent environmental effect. I think it's well understood by the committee members that in fact a significant environmental effect can be an acceptable environment effect. So the task is to measure the effect and to put in mitigations, but not to preclude or somehow exclude any environmental effect necessarily. That's a matter for the ultimate decision. And 7th, in assessing the acceptability of the relevant environmental effect, the committee must consider and identify the additional information concerning relevant environmental effects as required or directed by the Minister's directions based on the material available to you. And that accords with what we said in opening about the need to, at some point, sooner rather than later, collect available information and report faithfully to the Minister on the information, and to avoid, if you like, speculation around future or other matters that might influence that, but to deal with what's on the table. To assess and record the relevant environmental effects based on that additional information and the material presented to the committee as part of the supplementary EES and the evidence and submissions, and to determine whether those effects are acceptable as opposed to not negligible or non-existent, having regard to their likelihood, availability of mitigation measures, including potential mitigation measures, and balanced against any countervailing benefits that would result from the proposed works and the project. The 8th proposition we've re-recorded is that in undertaking this task, you have to proceed on the information before you, provided that it's sufficient to enable you to undertake an assessment. It's a false inquiry to consider whether more work can be done. And we heard that through evidence here. You've heard it in a number of inquiries where witnesses are asked, could you do this? Could you have done that? Is that possible? The answers are always yes. But rather, context requires you to be satisfied the work specifically and expressly required has been undertaken sufficiently to enable the IAC to perform the assessment requested by the Minister. So these principles, we say, obviously set the committee up in the context that the Minister would expect faithful adherence to the actual terms of those directions. And the structure of the Act confirms that it's the Minister's directions that delimit the scope of the process. And it's also because in many respects, the directions reflect the further work that the IAC identified as being necessary in the original EES to enable the IAC to undertake the assessment. And accordingly, consistently with the context and purpose of the Minister's directions, the supplementary statement's been prepared to adhere closely to the terms of those directions, having regard to the findings recorded by the IAC in the previous report. And the approach has been to properly respond to the matters expressly and specifically identified by the Minister, relying on that advice, and it's the entire purpose of the SES as a supplement to, not a wholesale reconsideration of, the environment effects statement. It might be, I wonder if we just screen share the Minister's directions for a minute, just on the proposition I advanced earlier, and we've advanced previously in this hearing, that they are of a very specific nature. And again, we don't have to prove that you can't consider a submission or consider someone else, and you might want to comment on something else, but not in your primary task of responding to these directions. And so in looking at those directions, we thought it was appropriate to start with the purpose of the supplementary statement. Of course, these are the directions that directed what was to be publicly exhibited as a supplementary environment effects statement. And while your eyes are hopefully better than mine, well, you've got a screen in front of you there, have you? You members, haven't you? So you can see these without going to your own. But under the objectives, There is immediate clues about the direction and the directive nature of these under the reference to them being specific objectives. And in the first bullet point, to provide an assessment of the environmental effects of the project on, and these are, if you like, the relevant matters, marine environment, noise, air quality and Aboriginal cultural heritage, necessary for the making of the Minister's assessment, especially with respect to the consolidated recommendations for further work in your report and extracted in table 1. And that expression, especially with respect to, is a very important emphasis in our submission on how the Minister wants you to appreciate that these are a targeted set of directions. And you can do so without needing to prove relevance and irrelevance. You can do it on the premise that the Minister has asked you to focus on these matters. The next obvious clue in that is the procedures to be applied. Before the exhibition would be permitted, there had to be a draft study program to inform the supplementary EES, and this is identified under paragraph 1, and that program was specifically identified to undertake the environmental assessments required to address gaps and further work highlighted in table 1. So with the focus that was previously identified, the very specific set of tasks under table 1 is then set out with an obligation to prepare a study program devoted to those tasks. So it is a situation, of course, there was peer review and the like, where no in our submission, it does a bit of a sensible response that would try to, if you like, pull apart that intention of the Minister that this be a targeted process. And so in our submission, that is the way the committee ought to respond, and it's the way we've set out the balance of these submissions, very much to show that response to that focus as asked and expected through the Minister's directions. And we set that out then in our paragraph 6 under 2, saying the proponent has adhered to those directions, and the proponent, we set out below in these submissions the specific terms, the directions, but I've just taken you through key ones. And the starting point in the proponent's submission is that the proponent has carefully and faithfully discharged the task that the Minister required it to discharge by the issuing of those directions. And therefore, while the proponent will respond to additional contentions that have been raised as part of the supplementary process, it will be seen that many of those contentions, and in fact criticisms, are based on an approach which seeks to expand the process beyond the Minister's directions. They don't inhibit the committee from performing the assessment for which the Minister has called, having regard that the additional information sought by the Minister is substantially similar to the additional information which the committee identified as being necessary for the performance of its task. And for the reasons set out below, the supplementary statement and the submissions and evidence presented to the IAC provide a comprehensive and cogent basis to the IAC to make an assessment as the acceptability of the relevant environmental effects. And in this respect, it is significant, if not compelling, that no expert that has presented to the IAC has expressed the opinion that the relevant environmental effects of the project are or will be unacceptable. And that is because, as will be elaborated upon below, the approach of at least some of those opposed to the project has been to exclusively question the sufficiency of the work, as opposed to what that work reveals as to the nature and extent of the likely impacts of the project. And as will become more apparent through the discussion of the evidence today, we'd submit that by the time the witnesses opposed or called by those opposed to the project had completed their case, it was very clear that they were focusing on an issue that identified for themselves the modelling expert introducing waves when on any number of levels, it's clear waves were not a specific matter that was called up to be dealt with. Secondly, it turned out that they were included in the modelling of both the EES and the second EES and the supplementary work, but also just on common sense and local knowledge. It's a low energy environment, and any fisherman and any walker or anyone who lives near Cryer Bay would say, well, waves aren't the first thing to come to mind. So you can look at that as both an example of a witness bringing their own idea to the table, but also it not surviving either the specific task set by the minister or sitting very well with the balance of evidence around the model and the information available about how tides work and how the currents work in Corio Bay for the purposes necessary, in this case for an 8-week dredging program, which is what that was concerned with. So that was an example that seemed can be readily set aside as on a number of levels failing to be persuasive or compelling enough to concern the committee that you're somehow deprived of the information you need to tell the minister what's likely going on and how the mitigation measures will work. And of course, with Dr. Edmonds, it was even more ambitious than that. It was a reliance on the scoping requirements going elsewhere to re-broaden or reopen the EES on a more wholesale basis, because Dr. Edmonds might do it a completely different way, and we're not here to have to prove whether he could do it that way or not. But it was a very useful example, again, we'd say, having now analysed that evidence and Mr. Chesil's cross-examination, of just how far that was removed from what, on a sensible, objective view, we'd say is a targeted process called up by the minister. So, of course, in the lead up to that, as we just took you through in the minister's directions, there was a requirement for a study program that was very much linked to those targeted items. And we refer to that then at our part 3 or chapter 3, paragraph 15. And we say that the committee can be satisfied as to the sufficiency and rigour of the work undertaken in respect of the supplementary work in accordance with the minister's directions. That we say that, sorry, I've read that badly. That you can be satisfied is established at least in part by the fact that the work that was done by the proponent in response to the minister's directions was not left solely to the proponent's discretion. The work that the proponent was required to do to meet the minister's directions was recorded in the study program, which was designed, reviewed and agreed by a committee comprising the TRG and the independent reviewer. Simply put, the proponent did what was determined and agreed upon by a number of independent bodies and agencies, having careful regard to the terms of the committee's original report and the particular terms of the minister's directions. And that is a very important part of the process here. It's a very deliberate requirement of the minister that there would be that independent review of the study program. But the more important thing is that nothing as a consequence seems to have emerged that slipped through the gaps of any major, as a major omission. I recall on the first day, our friend for the school saying, oh, well, the TRG thought the work was sufficient last time too, so it can't mean much that that's the case. That's absolutely incorrect, because what the evidence and the new material is showing is that, in fact, the TRG were on pretty good ground the first time round as well, because while it's been important to get the further information, it hasn't opened up or exposed some major deficit of information in the end. So it's not appropriate to dismiss the independent input of the TRG, who had the benefit of your report and who had the benefit of the minister's directions and that task, that they wouldn't have done that well or properly or sufficiently. And on all the evidence before you, we'd say it's very evident that it was done sufficiently. So you've got the two limbs there. One, that you've had the minister's directions that seek that independent review that was done. And secondly, that again, nothing in the evidence has somehow exposed that the study program was inadequate or insufficient in any way that was really material or central or really lays a real blow on the outcomes of the research that followed. And so at 16, we set out in a lot of detail in the opening submissions that the work that was done, or perhaps I'll read it for the benefit of those who don't have my submission in front of them, but repeating what we'd said in our opening submissions, we said the scope of the additional work relevant to the minister's directions, numbers 1 to 8, was guided in parallel by directed procedures to be applied to the supplementary statement. And item 1 of that part of the Minister's directions required the proponent to develop a draft study program to inform the supplementary statement. This draft study program was the subject of review, comment and agreement by numerous stakeholders in order to ensure that it was sufficiently rigorous to comply with the relevant directions. It is necessary to consider the background and interaction which led to the finalisation of the study program in order properly to understand that the work that was undertaken, in relation to ECS. And as to the background, I'm not going to read through all those items, but you have then set out on page 8 and through page 9 all those steps that surrounded, in some cases parallel, in some cases advance of the preparation of the study program that was informing the technical work. And comments on that, if you look at D on our page 8, you had back in August and September 23 comments on the study program from those bodies that are set out there under D. And so that process we will leave to the committee to refresh your memory about when it suits you, but we've set it out right down through to there, and it's all an extract from our earlier submission. The EPA expressly, in its opening remarks to the committee, stated that the proponent had acquitted itself of what it was required to do by the Minister's directions, and further stated that in the EPA's view there was sufficient scientific information for you to undertake and discharge your task. And DECA Regions did the same thing. In its opening presentation, DECA Regions clarified it acts as a referral authority under the Planning Environment Act with delegation from the Secretary of DECA in relation to the project. It was responsible for providing advice relating to marine, terrestrial flora, fauna, threatened and migratory birds and other biodiversity matters. That it was also delegated under the Marine Coastal Act, the coastal prey on land, which is the outer limit of the Victorian coastal waters, or 3 I think that's nautical miles and 5 kilometres inland of the high water mark to a depth of 200 metres, etc. And but as it informed the committee, it concluded, based on its review of the supplementary statement and the technical work underpinning it, that the proponent has sufficiently clarified the extent of native vegetation proposed to be removed, provide evidence satisfying this component of its exhibited submission, and its view that the project adequately minimised its role. As we've said above there in 18, more generally, it didn't raise any issues or concerns with the sufficiency of the work undertaken by the proponent or the consistency between the supplementary work and the Minister's directions. So we then say at paragraph 10, and as I go to the parts that go to the more detailed analysis you have to undertake, that the evidence demonstrates that the supplementary statement has properly assessed all relevant environmental effects. And that is so, we say, on the basis that we've called expert evidence in respect of each of the effects. Not all of it's challenged, but it is a matter where you have the benefit of that in respect of each of those matters nonetheless. And the substance of the evidence, which we will address in more detail, demonstrates that the authors diligently and comprehensively responded to the terms of the Minister's directions, and that's emphatic both in the technical reports and in the witness statements themselves, and that you've been furnished with information you require in order to respond fully to your terms of reference. So in anticipating the week ahead, we will expect that there'll be submissions made to you necessarily and importantly, and by a range of members of the community and community groups, that may or may not be as focused or contained by the Minister's directions, but we don't intend to sit here and raise objection to any of that. I think the best thing is for the committee to hear all submissions that are before you, but we do anticipate in reply that we will be just reminding you gently of exactly the submissions we've made this morning and where that fits, and encouraging the committee to take an approach that might step through its report that is very clearly letting the Minister know what is a response to the specific matters and what you might consider other matters. In respect to those other matters, so far as they are arguments about the scope of your task or wishes of other witnesses that you broaden your task. We're confident from what we've seen on the analysis of evidence that there's nothing materially there that would say, well, I'm persuaded by that somehow there's a deficiency in this process. And we will be suggesting you avoid what might be put by others to try and turn it into some kind of a interpretation of language, rather that you just be faithful to what is the task that the Minister is asking us to do without undue legalese. So on that basis, Member Carlisle, we hit Mr. Chessel's role, which is going to take some time, and where it'll be in his hands as to where he moves or otherwise. I think it's too early for your break. So if it's all right with you, and if you're ready.
Just before we commence, I might ask a couple of questions.
Please.
Where we're at the moment.
Yep.
So if we go back to page 8 and the top page 9 about the study program.
Yes.
Just to be clear, there's been a lot of information circulated and distributed. Does the IAC have a copy of the study program?
The finalised study program as issued is the document we referred to at in our repeated paragraph N, the 19 April 2024 study program incorporating and accommodating all comments finalised and issued. So it's a 19 April 2024 document. With the break we've had, I'll have to check with you as to whether it's a table document or whether it's an exhibited document with the EES. But I'll come back to you.
And I don't want to, don't interpret this question that I'm going down a hole chasing a rabbit. But just to be clear about your submissions about what's before us and what are relevant considerations, would it be the case that it's not the IAC's role to do an audit of the study program and make sure that everything was ticked off, but our role is more of a higher order, which is referring back to the relevant matters that are before us? Yeah, you might want to take that on notice, or
no, I can answer that now. Absolutely right. We don't see, well, certainly you're not expressly asked either in your terms of reference or in the Minister's directions to review that. The point we make about the study program was that it's consistent with the specific purposes of the supplementary EES, that the Minister both identified what information, additional information the Minister sought, and asked for a draft study program to outline how that would be undertaken. And so the primary point we make about it is that it's reinforcing the deliberate scope of the additional information, and that secondly, it's asking for independent guidance to be applied to the collection of that information. It seems to me the committee is not being asked to review that, but equally the Minister, the committee, if the committee found there was some failure to deliver information by your reference of the targeted work that's been required, necessarily that must have implications for the quality of the study program as well. But we would say the order is for you to advise on the information that's been asked of you, the additional information, but in the knowledge that the preparation of that information also went through the steps that the Minister had called for under the directions.
Further question. The Minister didn't sign off on the study program.
No.
But the committee, are we to understand that the committee that comprised the Impact Assessment Unit and other parties, they did sign off on the study program? So,
yeah, the document you asked me about, which I have to come back to you with instructions on, is described as the finalised study program. And I can come back to you when I refresh myself about that, about the point you raised. But there's one thing I'd like to check now. I think the point that the important tangential point is that this work was required prior to the authorisation of exhibition. So in a sense, the exhibition of the SES, as you know, follows an assessment consideration with the fund as to whether it's fit for exhibition. So there's this other step that necessarily one would have thought looks at those preliminary steps and whether the preparation of the SES is adequate for public exhibition, and that adequacy review must have in this case included that. But as to the more specific question you just asked me, it's the one that I have to come back to you on from the earlier question.
Thank you. Thanks. Carla.
All right, well, hand to Mr. Chessel, and I don't know if these turn off or not, so I'll just move.
Thank you. Well, good morning. We're going to move now to that part of the submission that concerns marine impacts, and the documents that I'd invite you to have before you are the closing submissions, technical report A, and also the IAC's initial report. I'll be making some reference to some of the witness statements and some of the conclave statements as we go through, but we've been careful to include all of the relevant references within the written documents. So we can share the screen when necessary, but if the committee has access to those three documents, I think that would be useful. There is
just in fairness to the gallery, if it is possible to, as often as possible, throw to those four documents.
Okay, yep, we can do that. There is a lot of ground to cover, and I don't propose to read through the balance of the submissions. There'll be certain parts that we focus on in great detail, but what I thought I would do is walk through it so that I can at least identify where we've addressed certain matters. If we start with the introductory paragraphs, and in particular paragraph 22, you see there the way that we've structured our submissions in respect of marine impacts, and we've focused, or we've divided the relevant directions into four parts. The first part relates to the first direction, which called for further survey work concerning the existing environment. The second part concerns the second direction, which called for updates or calibration in respect of the hydrodynamic modelling. The third part, which concerns directions 3, 4 and 5, relate to the operating impacts of the project, and in particular impacts associated with the intake and discharge of seawater associated with the FSRU process. And then the fourth part concerns those directions that relate to construction impacts, or more particularly the dredging impacts, and their directions 6, 7 and 8. So that's the way we've structured our submissions. Before we turn to those issues, at paragraphs 23 through 29, or 30 I should say, we've responded to some higher level issues, and in particular the contention advanced by Dr. Edmonds that in order for there to be a valid assessment of impact, a particular impact methodology or impact assessment methodology need be adopted. Mr. Townsend's already touched upon that in opening, and I don't propose to read through these sections. Just so that the committee understands the context of this part of the submissions, the committee will recall that Dr. Edmonds, in his written evidence, addressed the way that he said an impact assessment of this type need necessarily be undertaken. If we're able to share Dr. Edmonds' witness statement on the screen, the relevant page is PDF page 139. And at the bottom of that page, really at the bottom of the conclusions that were attached to the additional survey work that Dr. Edmonds completed, you'll recall that Dr. Edmonds said this, at the very last paragraph, the EES should not be considered valid until there is a holistic ecosystem-based impact assessment informed by complete information on existing ecosystem components and processes. And the committee might recall that Dr. Edmonds indicated in cross-examination that in his view, unless what he considered to be a holistic ecosystem-based impact assessment was completed, his view was that the impact could not be, or the assessment could not be considered valid or satisfactory for the purposes of this process. And the committee might also recall that when pressed in cross-examination, Dr. Edmonds indicated that his view in that respect, that is that particular type of impact assessment methodology need be adopted, was supported by reference to the Minister's directions, and in particular to paragraph 7 of the Minister's directions, which make reference to the scoping requirements. And it's not entirely clear, at least to me, what aspect of the scoping requirements or scoping directions Dr. Edmonds was relying upon, but as we understood the evidence, that was the process of reasoning, that somehow a reference in Minister's Direction 7 and to the scoping requirements somehow mandated that a particular assessment impact assessment methodology be adopted. And so what we do at paragraphs 23 through 34 of our written submissions is respond to that contention and explain why in our submission that proposition is just simply incorrect. If you have the submissions in front of you, you'll see that at paragraph 23, we've addressed the contention that somehow paragraph 7 of the Minister's directions calls up that particular type of impact assessment methodology. At paragraphs 24, 25, 26 and 27, we've given an example by reference to Minister's Direction 6 as to the more targeted nature of the assessment that is properly called up under the Minister's directions, and why we say the approach that was adopted is an acceptable one, and one that faithfully responds to those matters that are most relevant to the assessment that you're being called to undertake. We chose Minister's Direction 6. We could have equally chosen any of the other directions. They really are targeted in nature, and that's why we've framed our assessment in that way. At paragraph 29, we make reference here to what is section 7.3 of the IAC's report. And that's the part of the IAC's report that addressed this notion of impact assessment methodology. And we make the observation that despite the IAC having made a recommendation in respect of the development of a conceptual model for coordinated ecosystem-based management under the EMF, that is, as it concerns, in the committee's words, the detailed design, construction, operation and decommissioning of the project, no such recommendation, let alone a direction from the Minister, was made concerning the supplementary assessment that need be undertaken. That is, it simply was not the case that the IAC called for a supplementary assessment to adopt a particular impact assessment methodology, nor was it the case that the Minister called for any such methodology to be adopted. Instead, we say quite to the contrary, the Minister's directions were limited to the subject matter of those matters, in respect of which the IAC did make specific recommendation concerning the need for, or at least desirability of, further assessment. It's a targeted assessment that was called for, and a targeted assessment that was completed. Now, paragraph 30, we make reference again to the study program that was the subject of questioning a moment ago. We make the following observation that not only was the study program the subject of assessment by the IAU, it was also, of course, peer reviewed in accordance with the Minister's directions by Stantec. Two further matters are worth emphasising. Those are set out at paragraphs 33 and 34 of the written submission. The first is a matter that we touched upon in opening, and that is that what Dr. Edmonds explains as being an ecosystem-based approach is simply that. That's Dr. Edmonds' conception of what an ecosystem-based approach should look like and should involve. In our submission, Dr. Edmonds' individual opinion in this respect doesn't preclude other approaches also satisfying that classification, the aims or objectives of an assessment of that type. And you heard evidence from Dr. Wallace as to why he considered his approach, which admittedly is more targeted, a risk-based approach which targets that part of the ecosystem that is most sensitive to the impacts of a project of this type, nonetheless also satisfies the aims and objectives of what can properly be characterised as an ecosystem-based approach. As we've said there, albeit one that's more targeted directly to what in our submission and Dr. Wallace's evidence was the most important ecological units and most sensitive ecological units to the relevant stresses. And in paragraph 33, we've made reference at footnote 20 to slide number 25 of Dr. Wallace's slide presentation. I had a look at that this morning. The relevant slide is slide 16 as opposed to slide 25. That was a slide the committee might recall where Dr. Wallace explained how his more targeted assessment was nonetheless an assessment that had regard to the broader ecological processes that are relevant to the ecosystem that is of consequence to this assessment. The second matter that we wanted to stress is identified under paragraph 34, and that is that under the Marine and Coastal Act, the call for an ecosystem-based approach is but one tool that may be used as a guiding principle to inform decision-making under that Act. It's not, in our submission, the only tool that is relevant to an assessment. It's not the mandated tool. It would be wrong in our submission to say, by reference to that provision, well, somehow that directs that a particular type of assessment methodology need be undertaken pursuant to the terms of the Environment Effects Act. In our submission, it's a relevant part of the legislative context and need be understood in the context of the other principles that inform decision-making under that Act. And what properly understood should be a relatively high-level concept as to what can properly constitute a ecosystem-based assessment of the type that is contemplated under that Act. The next matter that we address as an introductory matter concerns the weight that should be given to Stantec's opinions, Stantec being the independent peer reviewer, of course. And we address that at paragraph 35. Before I turn to those matters, the committee will recall that the published supplementary environment effects statement included the peer review report as attachment 1, and that at the conclusion of that peer review, a series of conclusions and recommendations. And I'd invite the committee to reread those conclusions and recommendations. And when one does so, one sees the outcome of the peer review as being one that indicates not just satisfaction as to the nature and extent of the further work that was undertaken, but also as to the conclusions that were drawn within the supplementary environmental effects statement in respect of the likely extent of environmental effects and their acceptability moving forward. And so one sees, for example, that the independent peer reviewer concluded that the assessment of existing conditions is accurate and comprehensive in relation to the values relevant to the assessment in technical reports A and B, being the marine and bird components, that the regional hydrodynamic modelling calibration is sound, that the list of threatened and migratory bird species potentially impacted by the project is sound, that the revised near-field modelling enables a better understanding of the effect of the FSRU on dispersion of marine discharges from the FSRU, that's the diffuser scenario. The reruns of the wastewater discharge modelling, entrainment modelling and sediment transport modelling provide for a better understanding of the potential environmental effects. That the impact assessment methodology in technical report A appears sound. There's some call for elaboration that is insufficient detail in respect of the statistical methods that were adopted as part of that. The statistical methods being particularly relevant to the...
If you could just pause there for a second. Just a reminder to everyone, if you could just make sure your phones are on silent, because it is a bit distracting when the phones go off.
Thank you. The statistical methods being particularly relevant to the comparative exercise that was undertaken in respect of seagrass coverage within the plumes and outside the plumes. And finally, that the conclusions drawn in the impact assessment in technical reports A and B are sound. And again, with a qualification about the statistical methods that we'll come to in a moment. So what on any terms was a very clear endorsement of the scope and adequacy of the assessment contained within technical reports A and B. Now, it is true that subsequent to that being published, Stantec was asked to provide clarification as to any outstanding matters, and the committee received a report or a letter from what turned out to be a different peer reviewer to the one that had originally completed the Stantec peer review, on the account of the original peer reviewer now having a conflict, being involved in a different FSRU project, as I understand it. And that more targeted, or that supplementary response from the independent peer reviewer identified some discrete issues in respect of the modelling, which Dr. Wallace and Dr. Yates have fully addressed, and two discrete issues in respect of the assessment relying upon the testing of the mussels, which we'll come to, and again, this question of statistical analysis, particularly in respect of this comparative exercise. But the point that we wanted to stress by way of introduction is that those matters are discrete and don't detract from the broader conclusions expressed within the supplementary statement that I just took you to, that are, as I've indicated, unambiguously positive in respect of both the scope and conclusions drawn within the supplementary statement, and that's a relevant factor to bear in mind as we address the relevant matters. So they're the broader introductory aspects that we address in our written submissions, and what we then do is turn to each of the relevant directions in turn. Now, the first direction required as follows: undertake further survey work to better establish the existing environment and the impacts of existing wastewater discharges from the refinery to enable better understanding of project impacts. And then the direction goes on to identify a series of specific matters that should be addressed by way of the further survey work, and we'll come to those in due course. Now, before we turn to those specific matters, we understand, or we apprehend, based upon questions that were put to Dr. Wallace in cross-examination, that there might be some dispute as to how the first direction should be construed. We address that at paragraph 38, and I'll just come to that in a moment. As we understand the school's case, based on the questions that were advanced to Dr. Wallace, the school says that the relevant direction should be read in the following way. If you have paragraph 36 in front of you and you have the words of the direction to hand, that first, that there's an obligation to undertake further survey work to better establish the existing environment. And second, that there's an obligation to undertake further survey work to better establish the impacts of existing wastewater discharges from the refinery to enable better understanding of project impacts. That is, as we understand the position that was put to Dr. Wallace, the obligation to undertake further survey work to better establish the existing environment isn't subject to the qualification that be to enable better understanding of project impacts. And our position in respect of that argument, should it ultimately be advanced, is set out within paragraphs 38 through 43. And again, I won't bother reading these out in full. You can refer to them in due course to the extent that that's considered necessary. But the simple points that I did want to emphasise orally is that in our submission, the proper interpretation of direction 1 is that the entirety of the further survey work should be subject to the qualification that it be directed toward better enabling an understanding of project impacts. In our submission, that's consistent both with the terms of the relevant legislative scheme. We're dealing here with an assessment of environmental effects under the Environmental Effects Act. And in our submission, we're not here to undertake some piece of academic research at large. We're here to assess the environmental effects of this project. And it makes sense in that context for the further survey work that is called for under the Minister's directions to be targeted to enabling a better understanding of those impacts, of those effects. To suggest that it's some assessment at large in our submission is not correct and not properly understood in the context of the legislative context that we're called to undertake. It's also not consistent with the terms of the IAC's report, and in particular part 7.4 of that report, from which this recommendation was born, where the IAC made some quite target observations about particular matters that need be further addressed in order to inform an assessment of project impacts. And we'll return to the IAC report in due course. We've set out our position in writing. We'll wait to see how, if at all, the school advances that matter, and we'll reply in due course. But we did want to indicate that we've set out our position in respect of what we anticipate the argument being in those paragraphs. Okay, now we can turn then to subparagraph A of that direction. And this is that part of the direction that specifically identified further survey work being undertaken that should cover intertidal, littoral and subtidal habitats that could potentially be affected by the project, including the Ramsar site. And so consistent with this direction, as we observe in paragraph 45, the survey work that was completed for the supplementary EES was targeted to those segments of the environment that have the greatest potential to be impacted by the project, including intertidal, littoral and subtidal habitats. And at 46, we provide some commentary in respect of what that means. During the construction phase, in our submission, it's really the potential impacts associated with dredging that are most significant, particularly from a marine impact perspective. And that being the case, extensive survey work was undertaken as part of this supplementary assessment to identify and measure the nature and extent of intertidal, littoral and subtidal seagrass within Corio Bay, which, as Dr. Wallace explained, plays a critical role within the ecosystem in terms of primary production, oxygen supply, biotic habitat and various other aspects. During operation, it's the impacts associated with the intake and discharge of seawater that are most significant. And that being the case, extensive survey work was completed in respect of the areas affected by the existing discharges from the refinery, particularly as those areas are affected in respect of temperature change and chlorination. And what we do then at paragraph 47 is note the very significant amount of survey and sampling work that was undertaken to inform the supplementary assessment. We'll deal with the seagrass mapping and the like in part 1B, which we'll come to. And in respect of the second of those matters, the operational impacts and the impacts of discharges, in particular upon seagrass meadows, what one sees undeniably in our submission on a fair reading of the supplementary EES is that the proponent undertook a great amount, a very considerable amount of additional sampling, analysis and measurements of temperature and chlorine in respect of the 4 refinery wastewater discharges. They were undertaken daily or weekly over a period spanning many, many months. And they were used to confirm that the temperature and chlorine increment was consistent with the measurement in 2021. And a theme that we've already touched upon and that will come back repeatedly throughout these submissions is the extent to which the supplementary assessment and the work that was completed as part of the supplementary assessment serves to confirm or collaborate the assessment that was in the original EES. This isn't a case where the supplementary assessment revealed some defect in the work that was undertaken in the original assessment. Instead, the supplementary work that was called for is consistent with and corroborates that assessment such that it bolsters the validity of the conclusions drawn within the original assessment. Now, I won't read through the balance of paragraph 47 and paragraphs 48, 49 and 50. We've described, sought to summarise the various methods that were utilised for the purposes of the different types of surveys that informed the supplementary assessment, the assessment. At paragraph 51, we've made reference to, again, part 7.4 of the IAC's report. I don't need to share that on the screen, but we note again that this direction from the Minister was born from a particular recommendation made by the committee, and that recommendation was contained within part 7.4 of the report. And when one comes to part 7.4 of the report, one sees a number of specific matters that were identified as being deficient in respect of the original impact assessment. And or more particularly the sampling and monitoring program undertaken as part of the original impact assessment. And so at paragraph 51, we've set out those particular matters, and we note that in respect of the supplementary assessment, there's been no criticism of the quality of the imagery that was taken from the underwater tows. That's been provided, it was called for, being provided. In our submission, there can be no suggestion the extent of the transect locations adopted for the assessment is in any way deficient. You have seen the extent to which those transect locations are comprehensive, having regard in particular to the environment that's most relevant to the assessment. In our submission, the nature and extent of the water quality data selected within the existing plumes is very thorough and provides for a very good understanding of the nature of that discharge. The number and extent of sampling points adopted to characterise the thermal plumes, again, has not been, and our submission cannot sensibly be criticised. There's been an adoption and careful analysis of control sites, particularly within the Ramsar site, and we'll come to that in due course in the context of the comparative analysis. Data has been collected over many months in different times of the year, and there has been a considerably greater emphasis of analysis within intertidal habitats relative to the initial assessment. So in our submission, as we've identified at paragraph 52, it's important to recognise that other survey work beyond that undertaken simply in respect of the plumes or the seagrass was completed to inform various other aspects of the supplementary statement. There was a survey undertaken in respect of sea urchins. There were surveys undertaken in respect of algae and epiphytes. And of course, there was various other surveys undertaken in respect of migratory birds. There was further survey work of fish by utilising eDNA techniques. And all of that work properly responds to Minister's Direction 1A. That is, a great deal of additional information has been gathered that enables this committee to properly assess the environmental impacts of the project. And in our submission, there can be really no sensible suggestion that somehow the response within the supplementary statement fails to address the requirements or substance of what was Direction 1A. I'm happy to,
Would that be a good point to pause?
happy to pause whenever you like, yes.
Okay, we might take a morning break now and we'll resume at 11:30. Yeah, we're trying. Okay, Mr. Chesel, we're ready when you are.
Thank you. I'm at that PDF page 25 of the written submissions, and that part of the submissions that addresses recommendation 1B. That recommendation being to undertake further survey work to better establish the existing environment and the impacts of the existing wastewater discharges from the refinery to enable better understanding of project impacts. The survey work should update seagrass mapping to include the intertidal zone and information on the different seagrass species. That was the relevant recommendation that in turn gave rise to the direction. And in the written submission at paragraph 55, we've set out there the very significant amount of work that was undertaken by Dr. Wallace and his team to respond to recommendation 1B. Again, I'm not going to read through them. Paragraph 1, we make reference to the over 11,000 images that were analysed as part of that work. In paragraph 2, we've made reference to the, amongst other things, the drone assessment, the camera tows that were completed, and furthermore at the end of that paragraph to the ground truthing that was undertaken by qualified marine biologists. Subparagraph 3, you'll see that we've made reference to the sampling of particular sites, that they were undertaken, that is 3 10-week interval sampling programs were completed in respect of the relevant transects. At 4, the temporal nature of the surveys. At 5, the fact that there were over 10,000 high-resolution drone images that were factored into the assessment, stitched together in the way that Dr. Wallace explained into maps in respect of winter and summer in 2023. At 6, we've made reference to the map that was prepared that we'll come to in a moment, that was the subject of evidence before you in the first part of this hearing. 7, we've made reference to the statistical analysis that was undertaken. That's the comparative analysis of seagrass coverage within the plumes as opposed to seagrass coverage in the randomly selected component of the Ramsar side. 8, the different assessments of the different sites, not one site, but in fact 450 sites within the plume and 450 sites outside of the plume. And 9, we've made reference to the comparative exercise undertaken. At 56, we note again that work was again consistent with the study program. So the first thing we say is that, again, a great deal of effort, time and expense was undertaken to gather information that enables a far better understanding of the nature and extent of seagrass coverage within Corio Bay, both that part that is directly affected by existing discharges, but also that part of the seagrass coverage that exists within the Ramsar wetlands that has the potential to be affected by the dredging program. The work that was undertaken was systematic, it was comprehensive, and in our submission it adopted appropriate methodologies. What we then do in the written submission is identify certain matters that arise from the conclave statement. we recognise that Dr. Edmonds was critical of aspects of the mapping of the seagrass, and we'll come to those. You'll recall that it was a particular focus of Dr. Edmonds' presentation. I think it was over a third of the slides related to seagrass mapping. What we wanted to do, though, first is recognise the matters that were agreed between Dr. Wallace and Dr. Edmonds in this regard. We set them out, paragraph 58, and these are matters recorded within the conclave report. There was agreement, for instance, we've noted at subparagraph 1 that considerable survey work was carried out to document the dominant seagrass habitat, including seagrass species, macrophytes and epiphytes. And there was an agreement that the underwater video and drone techniques that were used were best practice. Various other matters were agreed, including over the page, agreement that the seagrass mapping showed the bands of seagrass species and the extent of seagrass within the UAV photogrammetry mosaic, and various other matters that are relevant. What we've done then in the balance of the written submission is address what we understand to be the two key points of contention, if you like, on the evidence. The first concerns the adequacy of the mapping that was undertaken, and we've addressed that at paragraphs 59 through 67. And the second issue is the nature of the comparative exercise that was undertaken in respect of seagrass coverage within plumes as opposed to that outside of the plume. So we've addressed those two things in turn. In respect of the first of those matters, as we understand the critical complaint advanced by Dr. Edmonds, is to the effect that the mapping that was completed was inadequate in that it wasn't detailed enough. I'm not going to read through that part of the submission. Again, we've got a great deal of ground to cover. In short, Madam Chair and members of the committee, we rely upon the evidence of Dr. Wallace in response. His evidence was that the assessment was adequate. Perhaps the most efficient way might be to take you to paragraph 61 of the written submission. We say there that the mapping exercise has been sufficient, if not ample, is apparent from Dr. Wallace's explanation of the mapping process, given in response to questions from the IAC. You recall that Dr. Wallace explained to you that the mapping was informed by surveys around the shore by biologists, by underwater camera surveys, by plots of seagrass density with depth plots based on field measurements. That was informed by or supplemented by photographic images, biological ground truthing, that the camera surveys and shore observations are relevantly site-specific with depth relationships provided in technical report A. There's reference then to the drone surveys that were incorporated to identify the mix of seagrass, including by identifying the boundary between relevant types of seagrass and those areas that are relevantly mixed. At 62, we say this, and this really is in our submission the crux of the issue. The mapping that was completed following that very considerable amount of work is mapping that allows for a considered assessment of the impacts or effects of the project, both during construction and during operation. For instance, by mapping the outer and inner extents of the areas within which different types and combinations of seagrass meadows may grow within Corio Bay, the mapping provides a sound factual basis to consider and assess the nature of impacts that may arise from sediment plumes generated by dredging. Similarly, the detailed analysis of what are the abundant, on any view, the abundant seagrass meadows that exist within the existing discharge plumes from the refinery provide considerable information in respect of the extent to which temperature and chlorine discharges may impact seagrass meadows. So again, the work that was undertaken is work which allows the committee to complete an assessment of the environmental effects of the project, both during construction and during operation. So at 63, we observed that, as Dr. Wallace explained, it is no doubt possible to prepare more detailed mapping of seagrass coverage within Corio Bay. We don't take any issue with that proposition. We do note that any such mapping would be temporal in nature, given that the composition and location of seagrass changes over time, and that it would be considerably more complex than that documented within the EES. It would be a map with literally many hundreds of different coloured areas showing a temporal indication of different seagrass components within Corio Bay at a given point in time. In our submission, critically, it's simply not necessary or even necessarily beneficial in our submission to complete mapping of that type in order to assess what are the relevant environmental effects of this project. And in our submission, it was telling when asked by the IAC why this additional level of detail was necessary for present purposes, that is, for the purposes of this assessment process, that in our submission, Dr. Edmonds was unable to identify any meaningful reason as to why the assessment of the environmental effects of this project would be materially enhanced by the more detailed temporal mapping of the type that I've described. You recall, I think it was you, Member Keller, who asked Dr. Edmonds that question. And in our submission, the answer given by Dr. Edmonds was entirely unpersuasive. Instead, the better evidence is that given by Dr. Wallace as to why the nature of the mapping completed for the purposes of the supplementary environmental effects assessment allows you to complete the assessment of environmental effects here. So I suppose before I move on from the submission, we note that this is an example of where we don't necessarily disagree with the entirety of Dr. Edmonds' evidence as it concerns mapping. Could you complete more detailed mapping? Yes. It would look, as I indicated, drastically different. There'd be these very intricate mosaic of colours and patterns. It would necessarily be a snapshot in time, but in our submission, it simply would not materially assist in an impact assessment of the type that you're called to undertake. It wouldn't impact on the assessment of dredging impacts. It doesn't change, for example, the thresholds that one would apply as to the acceptable extent of light penetration through to seagrass within and outside of the relevant Ramsar boundary. You'd still use the 20% for all types of seagrass within the Ramsar. You'd use the 10% outside. That's not dependent upon different species of seagrass or bare patches of seagrass, as in fact would be the case were you to complete the more detailed mapping. You recall the green area, the orange, the blue, they'd be far patchier were you to complete this point in time assessment than is shown within the EES. But instead, what the EES allows you to do is identify those areas within which the different types, combinations of seagrass may occur, and importantly provide a spatial basis upon which to undertake an assessment of the critical matters, which in respect of dredging, the extent of light penetration that extends through to seagrass meadows, the potential locations where they may be at any given point in time, and as we'll come to, it also provides a sound basis to assess the impacts of the existing discharges on seagrass coverage in the context where the existing discharges will be comparable, or in fact the same, to those that will exist following operation of the project in circumstances where, as under normal operations, this facility will discharge through the existing discharge locations associated with the refinery. So at 64, we say it's largely immaterial then that Dr. Edmonds considers that mapping may have been done in other ways. It's almost always the case. And the approach that was undertaken here was consistent with what had been agreed in committee by way of the study program and in order to enable the IAC to undertake an assessment of the relevant environmental effects. At paragraph 65 through 67, we've addressed and responded to the material that was produced by the school, I think originally produced by Dr. Edmonds, but produced by the school in cross-examination of Dr. Wallace. You recall that there were sort of photographs provided and a map showing A, B, C, D corresponding to the location where those photographs have been taken. And really the key point we want to emphasise without reading through those paragraphs is that the evidence of Dr. Wallace was that imagery was entirely consistent with his understanding of the composition of seagrass coverage within, in particular, that outer band of seagrass, the mixed area, the green part of the map. And that far from being some material that counts against or detracts from the validity of the mapping recorded within the EES, it was instead consistent with what one should expect the type and composition of coverage being within that band. There'll be areas of bare seabed, there'll be areas of a mix of different types of seagrass species, there'll be certain areas where there's exclusively one seagrass species, areas with another. Nothing of those photographs detracts from the appropriateness of the mapping that was undertaken. Instead, it's consistent with that analysis. And again, in our submission, provides a suitable basis for an impact of assessment of impact. So that's all I want to say about that first issue. Then we come to the particular issues that were raised in respect of the comparative exercise of seagrass coverage within and outside the plume. And I will work through some of those paragraphs in due course, but it did seem to me when I came back to this material in preparation for today that at least in certain respects, this aspect of the assessment, this comparative aspect and the statistical analysis that's informed parts of that assessment has really garnered a disproportionate amount of attention during this hearing. If we start from first principles, what we note first at paragraph 68 is that the supplementary statement has undertaken this comparative exercise with a view to comparing the extent of seagrass coverage located within the existing plume and that coverage located outside of the plume. And that assessment was undertaken with a view to ascertaining whether the existing wastewater discharge from the refinery had any material effect on the seagrass meadows growing in its vicinity. Now, before you come to the quantitative analysis, what we note at paragraph 69 is that it's accepted, and indeed it seems to be common ground, that seagrass readily grows within the area of the existing plumes. Dr. Edmonds identified some localised points of erosion attributable to the physical propulsion of water out of the discharges and some nutrient accumulation at W3, which is explained by that being the point at which the seaweed is that's captured in the process is expunged back into the bay. That is, nutrients from the bay being expunged back to the bay, as Dr. Wallace explained. But beyond those two minor points, there is no dispute that very productive seagrass meadows exist within the existing plumes. And those matters are recorded within Technical Report A. You'll see midway through paragraph 69, we've made reference to those qualitative descriptions. Seagrass was observed growing directly in the relevant discharge plumes, but that seagrass was inspected by marine biologists and observed to have the same leaf colour, leaf height, low epiphyte count and density as the adjacent seagrass. It's also conceded or agreed by Dr. Edmonds, who stated in cross-examination that he agreed that seagrass grows directly in the discharge plumes, and that he agreed with the observations contained within the supplementary statement that seagrass grows quite extensively within the broader extent of the plumes, and that he agreed that the seagrass was patchy both inside and outside of the plumes. Over the page of paragraph 70, we note that Dr. Wallace, you recall, had originally hypothesised that seagrass may in fact be more abundant within the plumes and outside of the plumes, in particular because of the effects of the warmer water being discharged, and the ultimate outcome of the analysis that in fact that's not the case, it seems. But to assist in this comparative exercise, a comparison was made then and documented within the EES, supplementary EES, between the extent of seagrass cover within the plumes and the extent of cover outside of the plumes. And we note that there was agreement between Dr. Edmonds and Dr. Wallace that seagrass cover, that is the relevant metric that was adopted for the purposes of that comparative exercise, is the key indicator of seagrass health. So the metric that was adopted for the purposes of this comparative exercise is in our submission, the appropriate one. Then you heard a lot of evidence about the classification system that was adopted within the supplementary statement with a view to ensure a consistent assessment of seagrass coverage. And you recall that the output of that method is in effect the quantification of the extent of cover over any given seagrass patch, right? That's the reason why you adopt this method, is ultimately to quantify the extent to which a given meadow of seagrass, the extent and nature of the coverage of any given meadow of seagrass. And in our submission, that methodology does provide an appropriate measure for the purposes of a comparative exercise of the type that was undertaken. Again, we don't dispute that there may be other different, indeed potentially more sophisticated methodologies that could have been adopted to characterise and quantify the extent of coverage within and outside of the relevant plumes. But in our submission, the availability of other tools doesn't deny or detract from the appropriateness of the tool that was in fact adopted. And we go on to explain why that's the case in paragraph 71. And I suppose if I was to summarise what the balance of this part of the submission addresses, it really comes down to two key issues. The first is what I'll say is the coarseness, if you like, of the classification system that was adopted for the purposes of quantifying seagrass cover. And then the second really is the statistical analysis that was undertaken to compare the coverage within the plumes and outside of the plumes. And the coarseness, if you like, or the appropriateness of the assessment methodology we've touched upon in paragraph 71. And again, yes, it's the case that it relies upon some degree of judgment being made about whether particular transects or particular 2 by 2 metre locations are at 10% or 30% or 80%. There's a degree of judgment there, yes. Yes, there's a relatively high band where one would characterise the coverage as being medium, be it 30% or 80%, I forget what the exact numbers are. All that's true and we accept that. But that doesn't detract from the fact that it is nonetheless an appropriate method to attempt to quantify, to attempt to provide some basis to perform more than simply a qualitative evaluation or comparison, but a quantitative one. And it seemed in my submission entirely misplaced for Dr. Edmonds to be critical of the nature of the comparative exercise that was undertaken without seeking to interpret the information that had been provided. Yes, there may be limitations in the way that that information was compiled, but that doesn't mean that one simply disregards or ignores the assessment in full. Instead, having regard to those limitations, one can still properly draw conclusions of the type that Dr. Wallace drew, that when one performs either a qualitative assessment or a quantitative assessment, it's quite apparent that the nature and extent of coverage within the plumes is similar to, comparable to that outside of the plumes. And that is the reason why this assessment was undertaken. If that's the conclusion, well, that's of some value. This doesn't turn on a debate about whether, oh, well, coverage is 62% here or 65% there. That is to miss the point. The point is that qualitatively or quantitatively, the assessment demonstrates that there is no material difference in terms of seagrass coverage within and outside the plume, seagrass coverage being the principal means by which, or the principal indicator of seagrass health. And that's why we say, with due respect, that the extent to which this issue has been the subject of dispute in evidence is somewhat misplaced. Then we come to the second issue that I identified, the statistical analysis that had been identified or completed. And we've set out our position at paragraph 72 through 77. And I suppose the key point that I'd like to make about this is that the analysis that Dr. Wallace completed was an analysis that was consistently applied inside and outside of the relevant plumes. And it was applied following what on any view is painstaking examination of the relevant meadows. Hundreds and hundreds of hours were spent examining ground truthing, examining photographs, ground truthing the extent of meadows inside and outside of the plumes with a view to informing a comparative analysis. And again, to the extent that we're critical of Dr. Edmonds in this regard, he seemed to simply brush that entirely to one side and say, well, the comparison's flawed and so you can't draw any conclusions from it. That is not the correct approach. Instead, given the very extensive information that was completed or compiled in our submission, a proper comparison can be drawn. We do go on to make a number of specific observations about the statistical analysis. At paragraph 73, we first note that this is one of those discrete aspects in respect of which Stantec, the independent peer reviewer, took issue. But what's important, or at least notable in our submission, is that Stantec's issues in respect of the statistical comparison are limited and are far more limited than those of Dr. Edmonds. You see, at 73, we note that Stantec initially stated that the analytical design for seagrass analysis was flawed because only one reference location was sampled, such that the design was pseudo-replicated. So it was said, well, you didn't assess an adequate number of control sites to form any proper comparison, if you like, in terms of the coverage inside the plume and outside of the plume. That's the nature of the complaint. And we rely upon Dr. Wallace's response to that complaint. Dr. Wallace confirmed that that's not right with respect. He had dealings with Professor Keogh, who considered that the approach was reasonable and appropriate, Professor Keogh being an expert in statistical analysis. We accept, as did Dr. Wallace, that reasonable minds might differ as to what number of control sites are required or the extent of assessment that should have been undertaken. But again, in our submission, that simply doesn't detract from the utility of the analysis that was undertaken. In terms of this particular issue about pseudo-replication, we note that, again, with respect, that's not quite right. 450 sites were selected within the plumes. 450 sites were selected outside of the plumes, within different geographic areas within the Ramsar wetland. So to say that only one site was selected for the purposes of comparison is not in our submission correct. Instead, 450 locations within and outside of the plumes were selected. Those locations within the Ramsar site extending for almost 800 metres. The other issue that Stantec raised about the statistical analysis we address at paragraph 74, and that one we find confusing, and that is that Stantec stated that the underlying concern is that the impact site may be affecting seagrass leaf length, and that was somehow the focus of the assessment, but that's not what was done. Instead, the assessment was on coverage, not of leaf length, and so in our submission that complaint is misguided. So at 75 we say, well, that's an answer to the Stantec issues that have been raised in that regard. Then at 76 we go on to address what we understand to be Dr. Edmonds' far broader concerns. You recall that Dr. Edmonds said, oh, well, it can't be a statistical analysis because it's not quantitative, but in our submission, that's just fundamentally wrong. The whole purpose of the assessment of coverage is to quantify that metric for the purposes of the comparison. So it is undeniably a quantitative assessment that was undertaken, and it was undertaken using what in our submission were conventional statistical analyses that allow for, importantly, a view to be drawn in respect of comparison and that was sought to be examined. All right, look, we rely upon the balance of those submissions in respect of that part of our submission. I suppose the only thing that I would note is that this is an example of where the minister didn't specifically direct that a particular comparative analysis be undertaken. It's not something that's specifically called up under recommendation 1B. It was instead an example of the length to which the proponent went to try and furnish the IAC and those members of the public who are interested with information that assists in an understanding of the extent to which the existing plumes affect seagrass. And I suppose, again, we start where we end where we start on this topic, which is the best evidence before you, either quantitatively or qualitatively, is that seagrass coverage within the plumes is comparable to that outside of the plumes, and that the existing plumes simply do not have any adverse effect on seagrass coverage. That's the key point. All the rest is, with respect, noise that seems to fail to engage with what the analysis shows. Okay, I'd like to move now on to directions 1C and 1D, and I'll do that relatively quickly. Paragraph 78, we note that direction 1C calls for survey work to be carried out over a period of at least 12 months before construction or dredging starts, with a minimum of 4 sampling runs, 1 in each season, to address seasonal variability. And direction 1D calls for the survey work to establish a better baseline for monitoring during and after the project to confirm predicted outcomes on shoreline and benthic communities, including seagrass and macroalgae. And we note first that on their terms, directions 1C and D are forward-looking in that they're directed to identifying work to be undertaken in the future. And of course, there's a great deal of survey work that was undertaken that I've already taken you to. But what we do at paragraph 79 is refer to that part of technical report A that identifies and addresses the scope of the tasks that will necessarily be required to be undertaken to address these matters prior to the commencement of dredging. And really the key point that we make in respect of this part of the submission, if you bear with me, lost my place. The key point that we make in paragraph 80 is that technical report A establishes the measures that will be put in place to ensure appropriate baseline monitoring. Dr. Wallace explained that the current plan for this work was prepared to satisfy Stantec. Dr. Edmonds, as you recall, was critical of certain aspects of the project. You recall the plan showing the relevant locations and extent of testing that will need to be undertaken prior to and during the relevant program of works. As Dr. Wallace observed, the sufficiency of what is to be undertaken by the proponent to address those matters will be assessed and determined by relevant regulators at a point in time where the question of whether other approvals should be granted will properly and necessarily arise. And we take no issue, that is, my client takes no issue, that it's important for monitoring and survey programs to be established 12 months prior to dredging. Of course, the very extensive work that's been undertaken as part of the EES and the supplementary EES will be relevant to that ongoing program. In our submission, the IAC can properly be satisfied that this will occur because the ultimate program will need to be to the satisfaction of the relevant authorities. And we note that the relevant mitigation measures also give effect to the requirements for ongoing monitoring, both during and before the relevant activities. Okay, I'd like to move now from direction 1 to direction 2. And in submission, a useful starting point when one comes to consider direction 2 is the IAC report. And if you have that report to hand, I'd like to start, please, at PDF page 70.
I actually don't have the original report to hand, so if you're able to screen share.
Yes,
it,
we
that would
can
be really
do
helpful.
that. It's PDF page 70, which is a hard copy, page 49. And so what you should see, I hope, at the top of that page is PDF page 70. There's some issue with the page numbering. It's section 7.5, 69 on some versions. And this is the part of the IAC report that concerned the regional hydrodynamic model. And you'll see the key issue identified by the IAC was whether the calibration of the hydrodynamic model against observed currents and tide data. And then what follows is a recitation of the relevant evidence and submissions that were raised before the IAC, including a description of the particular criticisms raised by Dr. McCowan in respect of, if you turn over the page, grid resolution, the effect of the FSRU hull, and various other matters, wind data, and the like. And then what one sees in part 3 is the discussion of those matters by the committee, a recognition of the importance of the regional hydrodynamic model underpinning the balance of the assessment. And toward the end of that section, a paragraph that begins, Dr. McCowan raised a number of concerns, and that those particular concerns related to the selection of appropriate wind data, inappropriate use of wind data as a boundary condition, the horizontal and vertical resolutions used in the modelling, and the recognition that the IAC accepted Dr. McCowan's views and considered that these issues should be addressed in the refinement of the model calibration. The adequacy of the refined model should be confirmed through peer review before the model is used for further assessment of project impacts. And so that discussion culminated in particular findings and recommendations at heading number Roman numeral 4, where the committee found further work should be undertaken to refine and calibrate the regional hydrodynamic model with observed current and tide data, taking into account the factors addressed by Dr. McCowan's evidence, including wind data and grid resolution of the model, and then a recommendation in the terms that were ultimately adopted by the Minister as recommendation or direction number 2. So if we return then to the closing submissions, understanding that that's the context of the direction that was given by the Minister, what one sees is a replication of the IAC's particular direction, a refinement of the calibration of the regional hydrodynamic model so that it more accurately reproduces observed water levels, currents, tidal range, and tidal exchange, considering 5 things. Those 5 things, or at least the first 4 of them, being things that were identified by Dr. McCowan, the 5th being the call for a peer review of the model calibration. And what we then do in the written submission is make reference to those parts of the IAC report that I identified a moment ago. And if you turn to paragraph 87, you'll see a recitation of those things that were done in response to the Minister's direction. And the long and short of it is that what was done in responding to direction 2 is exactly what was called for by the IAC in response to the evidence of Dr. McCowan as picked up by the Minister's direction. And the next point we make is that there is simply no dispute whatsoever between the modelling experts that the response to those matters was appropriate. So at the starting point, when you come to assess the response to Minister's direction number 2, is that each and every one of the matters that were identified by the IAC as being deficient last time and picked up by the Minister in its direction have been addressed satisfactorily, and there's agreement between all of the experts that that's the case. Okay, that's the starting point. And of course, in our submission, that's significant. Not only is it agreed between the experts who appeared before you, but you recall that it's also agreed by Stantec in its capacity as the independent peer reviewer. Stantec raised two issues in respect of the presentation of data within the supplementary EES and the additional material. But you recall that Dr. Wallace identified where in the hydronumerics report that we've furnished to you that information can be found. So as we understand it, there is no suggestion whatsoever that what the proponent did in response to Ministerial Direction 2 doesn't fully respond to the matters that are identified as being relevant to that direction. So what's left? Well, what's left are different alleged failures in the hydrodynamic model. And there's some particular matters that are raised in respect of sediment modelling, and we address those in Direction 6. But if we focus only on the higher level hydrodynamic model, there's one issue and one issue alone, as we understand it, that's advanced as being deficient in respect of the model. And that's the alleged failure by Dr. Gard for the model to properly take into account the impact of waves, or in particular wave shear, in terms of sediment resuspension. That seems to be the only issue that is now advanced as being deficient in respect of the hydrodynamic model. And so we address that issue in paragraphs 91 through 97. And again, in the interests of time, we simply state for present purposes that wave shear, that is the effect of wave movements on the resuspension of solids from the seabed floor, has explicitly been factored into the model. And in our submission, it's been done to a degree that is appropriate for the purposes of this assessment, particularly given the properties of waves within Corio Bay. You recall the evidence of Dr. Wallace and Dr. Yates that if this were a different context, if there were more energy, if you like, within the relevant environment, then a different approach, taking into account the effect of waves, might be appropriate or necessary. But the approach that was adopted here is an appropriate one in the context of this environment for the purposes of this assessment. We're dealing here with a relatively small bay that has relatively small waves. Now, again, we note that an allowance was made for wave shear, utilising what in the evidence of Dr. Wallace and Dr. Yates is a conventional modelling approach. That is, a particular algorithm was used in the model to give effect to or have regard to the effects of wave shear in terms of the resuspension of solids from the seabed floor. And again, I suppose this is another example of there being no dispute on our side of the table that, well, you could have done it a different way. You could have developed a more sophisticated model in respect of waves. But again, we note it wasn't called for by the IAC, it wasn't the subject of the Minister's directions, and perhaps more importantly, nor is it necessary in order to assess the environmental effects of this project. The approach that was adopted, as I said, adopts a conventional methodology. We've produced the Jacobs report, which Dr. Wallace and Dr. Yates explained provides some support for the adoption of that methodology in respect of Corio Bay. The school's requested a copy of the report. I understand they've asked for it to be tabled. We'll wait and hear what they have to say about that. But the long and the short of it is, in our submission, the impacts of waves were considered. They were considered using a conventional technique, and that technique allows properly, in the context of this assessment, for an assessment of the environmental effects of the project. The only other thing we address in this part of the written submission is at paragraph 98, and that is the outstanding issues raised in the Stantec peer review, the further peer review, if you like, calling for the time series comparison of predicted and measured currents to be presented. That there was a comment that, well, there's a statement that has been undertaken satisfactorily, but the relevant information is not within the supplementary EES. And Dr. Wallace took you to the relevant part of the hydronumerics report, as did Dr. Yates, which shows the relevant time series comparisons and the appropriate calibration. So in our submission that has been appropriately addressed. So before I move off this topic, the observations that we make are that the concerns raised by the IAC in respect of the hydrodynamic modelling, which underpins aspects of the subsequent assessment, in the original EES have been addressed in this supplementary statement. And again, importantly, the calibration of that model, again, doesn't show material deviation from the modelling undertaken within the EES. Instead, it's quite consistent with it. It's more refined, no doubt more accurate, but it's not fundamentally different. And that's important, again, because it provides confidence, should provide confidence in my submission, that not only is the assessment within the supplementary statement valid, but so too is the assessment within the original EES as it relies upon that broader modelling work. Okay, I'd like to keep moving and move to the third part of our submissions as they concern the marine impacts, and that's the operations phase. And here we're dealing not with single directions, but directions 3, 4, and 5. And we start by making some relatively high-level observations at paragraphs 99 through 103. The first matter that we address is a matter that was raised by Dr. Edmonds in cross-examination. And you might recall that I put to Dr. Edmonds that in terms of this environmental effects assessment process, the principal operating effects of the project that were of concern were attributable to the intake of seawater, that is entrainment, and the discharge of seawater, being the discharge of seawater at different temperatures and subject to chlorination. And I was surprised when Dr. Edmonds said no, he was in fact concerned about other aspects of the operation. He identified bilge water discharge, sediment resuspension on account of boats coming in and out of the port, lighting associated with the operations as being operational impacts that he indicated, as I understood his response, as being his principal concerns. And we make a number of points in response to that answer. The first is this: those effects have been assessed. They were assessed as part of the original environmental effects assessment. And we've included reference at footnote 109 to where in the original EES aspects associated with the types of impacts that Dr. Edmonds identified were in fact assessed. The sediment resuspension attributable to vessels and the lighting impacts and the like. So the first point we note is that there is no gap, there is no absence of assessment. That assessment occurred. The second thing we say is that those effects were assessed by the IAC and assessed as being acceptable. And again, I won't, I'll just note where within the IAC's report that occurred. If the committee would make reference to PDF page 87, there you'll see at part 7.9 under the heading additional shipping movements, the assessment of those types of impacts that was completed by the committee. And at PDF page 88, the committee found correctly that additional shipping movements associated with the project bring increased risks of marine pests, vessel strikes, elevated turbidity from tug operations, and leaks and spills. Of course, that's the case. And it goes on to also find that these risks are already being managed as part of existing port operations, and the increased levels of risk arising from the project can be satisfactorily mitigated through these arrangements and through the mitigation measures. So there is no gap. It was assessed, and it was assessed in our submission entirely properly, having regard to the fact that this project will exist within an existing operating port that is zoned for that purpose, and where impacts of those types are necessarily inherent and are consistent with the zoning and able to be appropriately managed through conventional mitigation techniques. And that explains why, this is the third point, that explains why, when you come to the Minister's directions in respect to the supplementary statement, there's no call for a further assessment of those impacts, because it's already occurred, it's already been found to be acceptable, at least by the committee and recommendations made to the minister. And so there is no need for or appropriate call for in this supplementary process for those effects to be assessed again or further. Instead, what is called for is a targeted assessment of the particular matters required under directions 3, 4 and 5. If we return to the written submissions, at paragraphs 100 and 101, we address certain matters that are identified in opening. And these matters are no doubt familiar now to the committee. I'll simply say this. We're dealing here principally with an environmental effect assessment. An effect must necessarily involve a change attributable to the project. In circumstances where the facility will operate in tandem with the refinery, there will be no change in terms of the volume of seawater that is utilised and discharged into the bay. There'll be no change in respect of temperature. There'll be a reduced change in terms of the temperature of that discharge. And in terms of intake, there's entrainment under existing circumstances. There will be entrainment under future circumstances. There'll be some slight difference attributable to the location of the point of intake. But the fundamental point here is that by operating in tandem with the refinery, the synergies that are identified within the supplementary statement really are quite fundamental to an assessment of environmental effects. At 101, we note that the supplementary statement has also gone on to address the potential scenario where discharge occurs through the diffuser. And both the environmental effects statement and the supplementary environmental effects statement have properly assessed that scenario and any effects that would arise in that scenario. And of course, we note that discharge from the diffuser would arise only where there is a reduction in the discharge from the refinery, such as when parts of the refinery are being shut down and the required FSRU discharge rate would exceed that of the refinery. And the final point we note by way of introduction is at paragraph 102. And that is that these attributes of this project distinguish it in quite fundamental ways from the FSRU that have been proposed in Crib Point, being the only other project of this type that's been assessed in this state. And for the reasons I've just addressed, in our submission, they will necessarily result in the operational impacts of this proposal being far less than that of that proposal, which certainly didn't have the benefits of integration with a facility such as the refinery, and didn't even propose, at least as part of their modelling and principal assessment, emissions being controlled by way of a diffuser. Instead, in that case, the discharge from the FSRU was directly from the vessel, which itself was located directly within a Ramsar area as opposed to outside of, but in proximity to a Ramsar area. So they are fundamentally different, and those differences are important when one comes to consider the environmental effects assessment that need be undertaken. Okay, they're the introductory matters that we address there. I'd like to now turn to direction number 3. And again, I'd like to start by focusing on the terms of that direction. It was to rerun the water discharge modelling with revised inputs based on the refined hydrodynamic model, considering, firstly, revising the near-field modelling of discharges from the diffuser to address the matters raised by Dr. McCowan in his written evidence. So I won't go back and show you the IAC report, but you'll no doubt recall that Dr. McCowan had raised particular issues in respect of the accuracy of the near-field modelling undertaken for the diffuser scenario, and as I understand it, had questioned the extent to which the FSRU would compromise or affect the water discharge and its dispersion from the diffuser. That was the first thing. And secondly, the IAC's recommended default guideline values for chlorine discharge at 7.2 micrograms per litre in Corio Bay generally, and 2.2 micrograms per litre at the Ramsar site. And at 105, we've made reference to the particular recommendation and its genesis within the IAC report. And at 106, we have identified what was done in response to the relevant direction. I just note in 106, we focused here particularly on the modelling that was completed for the near field component of the assessment. Of course, in a more general sense, it's relevant to observe that the broader hydrodynamic model was, of course, calibrated and rerun in accordance with direction 2, and that broader model was properly factored into the further modelling that was relevant to ministerial direction 3. At 107, we say this: the proponent submits that this work was adequate and appropriate to address and satisfy Minister's direction number 3. That's the case, that's the view, I should say, of each of the modelling experts, Dr. Yates, Dr. Wallace, and Dr. Gard. That was an agreed matter within the conclave statement, and we include the relevant reference there. Given that the direction is directed to rerunning the wastewater discharge modelling, in our submission, that unanimous agreement, that consensus, should be considered significant by the committee, if not determinative of this issue. And what then is left? Well, what's left is Dr. Edmonds' purported criticisms of the response to direction number 3. And we've set out our response to those matters at paragraphs 108 and 109. I'm quite happy to rely upon those paragraphs, principally because you recall that this was an issue that Dr. Edmonds didn't specifically address during his oral presentation to you. I think it was 3 and 5. I'll forget which one it was, but there were 2 directions that Dr. Edmonds didn't specifically address him on, and that he agreed were lower order issues in his mind. And with respect to Dr. Edmonds, the matters that he raised in respect of this aspect of the assessment don't really bear upon the nature of the assessment that was called for under the direction, nor do they give rise to some fundamental issue in terms of effect. So we've set out why we say Dr. Edmonds' comments in respect of direction 3 should be given relatively little weight. In short, really the key point that we wish to emphasise in respect of Minister's Direction 3 is that, again, the further modelling was completed. It was completed to a standard that was considered acceptable by all experts. And what that modelling shows is firstly consistent with what was shown within the original EES, that it corroborates those aspects of the assessment, and it shows that discharges from the diffuser will be well within acceptable limits. It shows that discharges from the refinery, which of course were the subject of very detailed assessment as part of recommendation number 1, are well understood. And what's critical is that it supports a conclusion that the environmental effects associated with those discharges should be considered acceptable, particularly as it relates to the acute effects of chlorine, having regard to the applicable default values that were identified first by the IAC, but the committee will recall were modified in accordance with the EPA's direction as to what they should be. So we rely upon Dr. Wallace's evidence, not just about the modelling, but what that modelling shows in terms of the extent of any effect. Madam Chair, I'm keen to keep going. You happy to keep going for a little bit and then take a break? Oh, is it? Okay, yeah, we'll just keep pushing through if that's okay. The next part of the submission responds to Minister's Direction number 4. Minister's Direction number 4 provides as follows: consider undertaking further targeted investigations into the effects of existing chlorine discharges from the refinery to confirm likely project impacts resulting from chlorination byproducts, including measurement of chlorination byproduct concentrations in 2 things, in seawater and in biota that have high susceptibility to contamination. And so the focus of this direction is not the acute effects of chlorine, but instead the effects of more chronic exposure to chlorine, or more particularly byproducts associated with chlorine following the relatively complex series of chemical processes that give rise to certain substances. Now, if we just focus on the terms of that direction, you'll recall that there's consensus in the evidence of Dr. Wallace and Dr. Edmonds that it's not possible to test seawater in order to determine the extent of chlorination byproducts. And so the proponents' focus in responding to this direction was accordingly on the biota that have high susceptibility to contamination. And you'll also recall that Dr. Wallace explained that he'd initially intended to study both mussels and sea urchins, but that the sea urchins that had previously been in the plume had fortuitously, for their sake, moved on, and that instead the analysis focused predominantly on, or exclusively on, mussels. And it's relevant, of course, that there's agreement in the conclave that mussels are in fact the best choice in terms of biota that have a high susceptibility to contamination. They are the most appropriate type of animal to test in respect of the potential accumulation of chlorination byproducts within the environment as a consequence of chlorine discharge. And what we do at paragraphs 112 through 115 is describe the analysis that was undertaken in respect of the mussels for the purposes of the supplementary statement. Again, we're happy to rely upon those parts of the written submission. In our submission, it was an approach that responds appropriately and directly to the terms of the Minister's direction. And we note, adopted analysis utilising Australia's best commercial laboratory. And what did the analysis show? Well, it showed no detectable limits as existing within the relevant mussels that were utilised for the purposes of the study. Now, I think it's fair to acknowledge that an assessment of CBP is complex. These types of byproducts arise as a result of relatively complicated chemical processes. They at times exist naturally within the environment, even when they are detectable. So imagine that the results showed a level that was detectable when analysed by Australia's best laboratory. There's actually no applicable guideline values that one would apply. So it's not a simple task of saying, oh, well, that level is acceptable, that level is not acceptable. There is no threshold that can really be adopted for the purposes of this analysis. And as you will have read in the EES and as supplementary EES, and as you will recall from the evidence, it's true that internationally some studies have detected levels in what are really quite vastly different circumstances to the one that we're considering here. There's reference, for example, to the French studies that were completed in respect of the Gulf of Oz, and I recall those from the Crib Point assessment hearing, and they were the subject of some attention. But the key point in our submission in understanding those studies is that it's a vastly different context. There, the amount of chlorination discharge is vastly different to here. Orders of magnitude higher. In the relevant materials, you see it was 2,400 megalitres of chlorinated water being discharged within the relevant body of water, compared to here, 350 megalitres of water. Plus, in that scenario, the River Rhone, which itself accommodates a large number of industrial premises, discharge directly into the same body of water. So a far more affected body of water than the one we're dealing with here. There were some studies that showed certain types of organisms, I think it was eels, had detectable levels of CBP within their system. But again, we make the observation that, well, here there is no threshold value that could be applied to complete an assessment of this type. It would have been possible, for example, here for different types of animals to have been tested. Theoretically, you could test swans, you could test fish, you could test different species, but the species that were adopted, the mussels, are the most appropriate. Why? Because they most readily accumulate CBP as a consequence of exposure. And those species showed no levels, at least no levels that can be detected And so in our submission, the response contained within the supplementary statement is a comprehensive response. And it provides a degree of comfort in our submission that not only are the acute effects of chlorination acceptable, having regard to the accepted guideline values, but the more chronic effects, this more complicated, if you like, chronic exposure to the byproducts of chlorine should also be considered acceptable in circumstances where this is the environment that has been affected by this amount of chlorine discharge for many decades. And the analysis within the supplementary statement has sought to quantify or analyse that further. And the fact that it is unable to detect levels that can be detected utilising commercial laboratories is in our submission an appropriate response that provides comfort and support for the conclusions drawn within the supplementary statement about this particular issue. That's all we need to say about that issue, other than to respond here to the Stantec issue. You recall this is the second instance where Stantec had a limited discrete issue in respect of the study that was undertaken in the supplementary EES. And there was a question raised in the additional Stantec peer review that completed by the second peer reviewer about the potential effects of the translocation of mussels utilised within the study and whether they should have been tested first before being placed within the relevant environment. And we set out a response in paragraph 116, but the key point really is the evidence that's given by Dr. Wallace in this respect. And you recall that what Dr. Wallace said is, well, when we tested the mussels that had been exposed to the plumes, we could not detect any CBP utilising the relevant laboratory. And that being the case, there would be no benefit of having tested the mussels before we placed them in there, because either they also would have not had CBP at levels that were detected, or if they did, that was washed out of the mussels, if you like, by the time we came to test them. So yes, you could have tested them in the way that Stantec calls for, but in our submission, that wouldn't have given rise to any material benefit in the assessment that was undertaken. And we rely on the evidence about that. So we don't need to say anything further about that. What we do next, though, in the submissions at paragraph 117, or really more particularly 118 through 122, is respond to the evidence that Dr. Edmonds gave about this topic. And I'm happy again for that to be read. There was one aspect, though, that I did want to bring to the committee's attention, because it's an aspect of Dr. Edmonds' evidence that we are critical of. The committee might recall that in cross-examination on this topic, Dr. Edmonds conceded that following the conclave, his view was that despite his initial criticisms that more work should have been done, more work in terms of different species and the like, he now considered that this additional work would not be useful, given that there is no laboratory that could detect down to the limit suggested by Dr. Edmonds. And what we've done here at footnote 141 and at various points throughout the submission is identify where within the relevant recordings that exchange took place, should the committee be minded to revisit that material. And why we're critical of that aspect of Dr. Edmonds' evidence is not because of the concession. It's an appropriate concession. It's the right concession to have been made, but that the concession wasn't made up front. I went back and reread Dr. Edmonds' evidence about Ministerial Direction 4, and I revisited Dr. Edmonds' slides about Ministerial Direction 4, and I re-listened to Dr. Edmonds' evidence given in examination about recommendation number 4. And at no point then did Dr. Edmonds indicate that the further work would not be useful, in his words. Instead, it was only in cross-examination that he gave that answer. And I'm critical of that because in our submission, it's a concession that should have been made appropriately following the conclave when these matters were drawn to Dr. Edmonds' attention, and it wasn't. So in our submission, nothing that Dr. Edmonds complains of, particularly in light of that concession, can be taken to detract from the adequacy of the assessment that was undertaken in respect of CBP, and we rely on the evidence of Dr. Wallace about that. Okay, the next direction is direction number 5. And direction number 5 provides as follows: rerun the entrainment modelling with revised inputs based on the refined hydrodynamic model. So it's a very discrete direction. And we've moved away from the effects of discharge, and we're focusing now on the effects of intake, and in particular, the effects of entrainment. And what we observe at 124 is that direction number 5 reflects a very specific recommendation made by the IAC. And in the original EES report, I think that should say, the IAC found that due to synergies with the refinery, the total volume of seawater extracted will not change. The IAC also found that impacts of entrainment as a result of the project are likely to be relatively confined, as indicated by the entrainment model, and that the IAC then found that this should be confirmed by rerunning the entrainment modelling based on revised input parameters from the revised hydrodynamic modelling. So again here, a very specific direction directed toward confirmation, if you like, of the conclusions that were drawn the first time round based upon the analysis recorded within the original EES. And the first point we note, again, is that what was done responds directly to that requirement, and that there's no dispute, at least as we understand it, as to the adequacy of the revised rerun of the entrainment modelling. That is, there's no suggestion that it's inadequate for the purposes of this assessment, or that it's in any way inconsistent with the conclusions that were drawn within the EES. So a very clear correlation between a specific direction called for by the committee, a very specific direction of the minister, targeted work to respond to that, and that work being agreed as being acceptable and confirming the conclusions drawn within the original EES. A consistent pattern, we say, that emerges in respect of this assessment. So at paragraphs 126 to 128, we describe what was done in response to that direction. At 129, we note that there's consensus between the modelling experts as to the appropriateness or adequacy of that work. You'll see that in the relevant modelling conclave, and we've included a reference at footnote 158. And at 130 then, we're again just left with certain criticisms advanced by Dr. Edmonds. This was the other example of the direction that Dr. Edmonds didn't address you on directly. It's the other example where Dr. Edmonds described it as being a lower order issue. In our submission, the lower order issue identified by Dr. Edmonds really shouldn't be given great weight. As I understand it, or I recall that evidence, it related to the potential for what Dr. Edmonds described as an entrainment shadow, or sorry, a recruitment shadow to exist as a consequence of entrainment. But Dr. Edmonds accepted that to the extent that that risk exists, it exists now in association with the existing intake, and it would exist in the future as a consequence of the modified intake location. It's not a matter of any great concern in our submission that warrants any question being raised in respect of the adequacy of the assessment about entrainment that have been undertaken. So we've set that out at paragraph 130, and we rely upon that material. So what we do then for the balance of this section of the report is firstly recognise at 131 the very significant work that was undertaken to confirm the findings made by the IAC in the original EES, the unanimous agreement of the modelling experts in respect of the requirements of number 5, and that Dr. Edmonds' concessions about his concerns being lower order and existing with or without the project are appropriate. And so, again, in respect of each of these directives, that the committee should readily conclude that the impacts will be acceptable. And what I might do, Madam Chair, is just make some concluding remarks about operation, and that might be an appropriate time to break for lunch, and we can pick up on dredging after. Sure. What we say at paragraph 132 is that really what the preceding analysis shows is that the work that was done in response to Minister's Directions 3 through 5, being those directions concerning operation, establishes that not only was substantial additional work undertaken by the proponent, but that work directly and immediately responded to the Minister's directions, and that it filled any gaps or affirmed any, addressed any concerns that had previously been raised in respect of the original assessment, and importantly confirmed the outcomes of that original assessment. And it's significant in our submission when you stand back and look at the 3 directions directed toward operation, which of course is the phase of this project that will be most long running. What are you left with? 3, 4 and 5. 3 related to the acute effects of chlorination, particularly focusing on the diffuser. 4 related to the potential long-term effects of chlorination byproducts, and 5 related to entrainment. Those issues really should not be particularly controversial in our submission, having regard to the analysis that was undertaken and the degree of expert consensus that exists. If that's the case, well, that provides a very sound basis to support a conclusion that in terms of its operation, this project will not give rise to any unacceptable impacts. And we're happy to leave that issue there, and we'll pick up after the break on the construction phase or the dredging component of the assessment.
So break now?
If that's convenient, yes.
Right, we'll resume at 1:45.
Can I just ask if the room is secure while we leave it?
I actually don't know the answer to that question. Sarah, do you know? Is the room secure?
No, it won't be.
Okay.
Don't leave your wallet. Okay, Mr. Chessel, we're ready when you are.
Thank you. Before the break, I said that I was ready to move on from that part of the submissions concerning operations. I realised over the break that there was one matter that I failed to address and that I think can usefully be addressed as a concluding remark. And if the committee would please turn to PDF page 43 of the closing submission. There you see the overview or the opening remarks we made about operations, and I explained that the nature of those paragraphs and the consequence, if you like, of the synergy between this project and the refinery, and the nature of the assessment under the diffuser. At 102, I explained the differences between this project and the grid point proposal. And the one bit of the submission I didn't go to, but which is in my submission relevant, is what's addressed in paragraph 103. And it's this, that when those matters were put to Dr. Edmonds in cross-examination, you might recall that what Dr. Edmonds said in respect of those matters was that his concern in respect of this aspect of the proposal, being the operational phase, particularly the utilisation of seawater, was, in his words, principally concerned with management. And we've made reference there to the relevant recording, should the committee wish to revisit that part of Dr. Edmonds' evidence. But in my submission, that concession or that recognition on the part of Dr. Edmonds really is quite significant in the context of an assessment of the environmental effects of a project such as this. That Dr. Edmonds' principal concern, in his words, is management, is something, frankly, that is very difficult to discern at all from his written work. It's not what the written work says at all. It's not what his oral evidence was in examination in chief. But in cross-examination, he accepted that what need occur here is careful management, that that's his principal concern. And if that is his principal concern, then in my submission, it's unfortunate that Dr. Edmonds did not engage in any meaningful way with the environmental management framework that has been formulated in respect of this project. Yes, there were some higher level issues identified in respect of the EMF by Dr. Edmonds, but what he didn't do in my submission is engage directly with the terms of the mitigation measures that will directly manage environmental impacts associated with the operation of the project, and will do so in a way that in our submission is entirely consistent with best practice, and that should provide confidence on the part of the committee that the effects as recorded within the EES, as confirmed by the additional work within the supplementary statement, show are acceptable. And in our submission, it highlights another matter which is relevant not just to this aspect of the proposal, but to the dredging and all other aspects, which is that no expert is coming before you saying this project will have unacceptable effects on the environment. The highest that the case is put against the proposal, even from Dr. Edmonds, is that, well, further assessment should be undertaken to confirm that. But if that really is the position, and if you are concerned principally about management, then in our submission, a focus should be on the mitigation measures. And we've sought to demonstrate through evidence that the mitigation measures proposed are acceptable and will ensure that the effects as predicted as part of this assessment will be realised. Okay, that's all I wanted to say in respect of the operation component of the supplementary assessment. And what I'd like to do now is to turn to PDF page 54 and address you on those parts of the submission that concern the supplementary assessment conducted in respect of dredging. And of course, the focus here is the response to recommendations number 6 through 8 from the ministerial directions, which correspond directly to recommendations made by the committee. And we start by making some opening observations. The first thing that we say at paragraph 133 is that it's important to bear in mind that the dredging program proposed as part of the project is relatively small compared to, and indeed in the context of other programs that have been undertaken in the past in Corio Bay and obviously in Port Phillip Bay. We say that what's now proposed is significantly limited in duration and extent. It's also a program that's limited in scope when one considers the volume of material that is to be dredged. And you recall that there's material within Technical Report A that compares the volume, if you like, of this program relative to other programs. And it's apparent from a review of that analysis that what is proposed by this project is relatively small in the context of what has historically occurred in Corio Bay. And I don't think there's any dispute, nor could there be, that Corio Bay is undeniably an environment that has over time been subjected to the impacts of dredging and indeed dredging programs of a comparable or larger size than what's proposed here. And at the top of PDF page 55, we've set out the extract from the technical report that compares the relative volumes of the different dredging activities that have occurred within Corio Bay over time to make good that proposition. And I thought the one thing that is missing from this chart, if you like, by way of comparison, is the channel deepening program that has been referred to at various points in time throughout the course of this project. That's not one of the programs that's recorded within this chart. And were it to be recorded within this chart, it would be literally off the chart in the sense that the channel deepening program was a program that involved the dredging or excavation of 22.9 million cubic metres of sediment, 22.9 million. And you see that the highest program within Corio Bay was the program in the late 50s of 5 million. And so there's some talk, or there was some talk and evidence about, well, certain types of assessments were undertaken for the channel deepening program that hadn't been undertaken here. What one need bear in mind is that that is just a fundamentally different program in terms of its scope. The volume, orders of magnitude above that which is contemplated here. The duration, significantly in excess of what is contemplated here. Instead, what is contemplated here is an 8-week dredging program of a size that has been undertaken within this area in the past and is relatively modest, is a program that will be completed within a limited duration of time. Now, and as we'll come to, within a certain time of year. Now, as we say at paragraph 135, that doesn't obviate the need to assess the impacts of dredging. That's not what we're saying at all. But what it does do in our submission is inform and attenuate the manner and extent of any such assessment. The IAC is not being asked to consider the acceptability of environmental effects arising from dredging in relation to an environment in which dredging is a foreign concept, or perhaps better put, in respect of which dredging is foreign. It's occurred here in the past. Corio Bay has historically and regularly been dredged. It's part and parcel of the operations of a port of this type. And it's important context because it demonstrates what in our submission is the relatively robust nature of the environment and its ecology. And it's also important because it has resulted in the availability of what we submit as valuable information gathered from previous projects that can inform aspects of this assessment, including information that Dr. Wallace and Dr. Yates referred to that assists in verifying the relevant models that have been undertaken in respect of sediment transport and in understanding the likely way that these particular sediments will behave in circumstances of resuspension following dredging. So it's important context that assists in your assessment. We're not saying it's the end of the story, but when you come to assess the environmental effects, it is important, as we'll continue to emphasise, to understand it's a relatively small program undertaken for a relatively small period of time that will be confined to particular times of year and subject to what are undeniably conventional mitigation measures that the committee can accept will be effective in mitigating against what are worst case type outcomes that have been discussed before you. So all that context need to be borne in mind when the committee comes to assess these matters. Okay, what we do next is then turn to each of the directions in turn and respond to the submissions and evidence that have been made, or really evidence that has been advanced in respect of those directions. So direction 6 is as follows: rerun the sediment transport modelling with revised inputs based on the refined hydrodynamic model. Consider including a worst case scenario for sediment fractions and settling rates, which includes the largest expected proportions of fine and very fine materials that have the slowest expected settling velocities. And again, what we do in the submission is an exercise that you're now familiar with, which is paragraph 137, to go back to look at what it was that prompted that recommendation, that call for further assessment. We set that out at paragraph 137. It's born from a particular recommendation, again, by this committee. And there the committee found that currents predicted by the regional hydrodynamic model are a key input parameter into sediment transport model, and talks about the uncertainties that had been addressed in the context of recommendation number 2. Furthermore, in particular, in respect of the sediment transport modelling, that it should be rerun once the hydrodynamic model calibration has been refined. And separately, that the modelling should include sensitivity testing on the sediment fractions and settling rates, including a worst case scenario, which includes the largest expected proportions of fine and very fine materials that have the slowest expected settling velocities. And that last point, that last component of the recommendation, was born from the committee's acceptance of evidence given by Dr. McCowan in the present instance that these particular aspects, that is, the sediment fractions and the settling rates, should include a sensitivity analysis, and that those particular attributes of the model should be tested in respect of a worst case scenario for sensitivity testing. That was what was called for in terms of the worst case scenario as part of the supplementary statement. And at paragraph 138 of the submission, we set out what was done by the proponent, more particularly by Dr. Wallace and his team, in response to that direction and that recommendation. And in short, again, what was done was specifically what was called for. The hydrodynamic model was rerun and recalibrated. In light of that recalibrated hydrodynamic model, the sediment transport modelling was rerun, having regard to the updated or refined parameters of the higher level hydrodynamic model. And in response to the particular recommendation about worst case scenarios, having regard to sediment fractions and settling rates, a worst case scenario of that particular type was carried forward and assessed throughout the supplementary statement. So if you look to paragraph 138 and to subparagraph 6, you'll see there's a consideration of a worst case scenario described there. The worst case scenario that was considered was the worst case scenario that addressed the relevant parameters that have been identified previously by the IAC as requiring some further analysis, some degree of sensitivity testing. Now, at paragraph 139, we note that Stantec was satisfied that the additional work responded appropriately to the Minister's direction and that the revised modelling was sound. So the independent peer reviewer was satisfied with the additional work. And at paragraph 140, we make reference to Dr. Edmonds' agreement in cross-examination that what the proponent did in response to Minister's Direction 6 was responsive in the event that one read the direction literally, was Dr. Edmonds' response. And we say that it's appropriate to read the direction literally, to look to what was called for and to respond to the further targeted assessment in the way that was occurred, that did occur. So what then are the remaining criticisms, if you like, in respect of the response to Ministerial Direction 6? Well, Dr. Edmonds raised a number of issues about not the modelling itself, but what should be drawn from that modelling, and we come to address those in the context of Ministerial Direction 7. But if we look just at the additional modelling that was completed, what you're left with is Dr. Gard's criticism that additional or further worst case scenarios should properly have been modelled as part of the sediment transport modelling. That is not worst case scenarios of the type called for by Dr. McCowan or by the IAC or by the Minister concerning settlement rates and proportions of fine and very fine sediment, but instead different worst case scenarios having regard to weather conditions and flow rates from the dredge. So yes, it's the case that Dr. Gard calls for further worst case assessment to be undertaken, but the point we make firstly is that that's quite different in character to what had in fact been called for by the Minister and found deficient or requiring further analysis by the IAC. And so we address this at paragraphs 142 and 143. We first make the point that what's called for now isn't actually responsive to the Minister's direction or to the IAC's recommendation. But that's not the end of the story. What we go on to say, consistent with the evidence of Dr. Wallace and Dr. Yates, is that you could do it, but it's simply not necessary in order to inform your assessment of the environmental effects of the project. One could conduct further worst case analysis. One could always do that, but what is called for here doesn't detract from your capacity to assess environmental effects having regard to what was done. And so if we pick up at 142, we note this in the second sentence: further testing while possible is neither necessary nor required. Dr. Wallace explained that the analysis undertaken in technical report A has considered a worst case in terms of weather, with the analysis being within 10% of the worst weather, the worst case, and that the extent of variability beyond that has been, beyond what has been analysed is limited. So really what Dr. Wallace is saying there is that, well, the weather parameters that were selected for the purposes of this assessment were conservative. That is, this isn't assessment that's assumed good or favourable weather. Instead, by selecting the worst of the 2-week period that had been adopted for the purposes of the assessment, it is skewed to take into account a conservative set of weather conditions. Is it the worst of the worst? Well, not necessarily, but one need not assess the worst of the worst in order to form a view about the acceptability of the environmental effects of the assessment. So an appropriately conservative approach in respect of weather was in fact adopted. And what Dr. Wallace went on to confirm is that the worst case analysis was applicable for the entire year because the worst case in winter was less than the worst case in summer, such that it was reasonable to rely on the winter worst case for the purposes of addressing Minister's Direction number 6. At 143, we say, whilst additional information could be obtained, as is almost always the case, not necessary for the purposes of assessing environmental effects. But recalling our opening submissions, in our submission, the approach taken by the school, which seemingly seeks to conflate the possibility of more work with the proposition that there's some deficiency in the work that was done, is not a proper approach for the IAC to adopt in respect of its assessment. The question isn't, and has never been, whether more work is possible. Instead, the question is whether what you have before you allows you to undertake an assessment, and in our submission, it readily does.
Mr. Chessel, before you move on, in paragraph 142, could you please explain what you mean by the worst case in winter was less than the worst weather case in summer?
Yes, as I understand Dr. Wallace's evidence, it was to the effect that the wind parameters that exist within the period that have been utilised for the purposes of the assessment were more unfavourable than those that exist within other times of the year, such that the conditions that were utilised for the purposes of the assessment are appropriately conservative. Notwithstanding that, actually the program would not be undertaken during that time of year, which was a point that you correctly made.
Yeah, I understand. I just was unclear about the use of the word less in that sentence.
Yes, less favourable, I suppose, is an appropriate way of putting it. But the more fundamental point is, as Dr. Wallace explained, it's not as though the assessment recorded within the EES relies upon some favourable weather conditions that would undercount or under-assess the impact on the areas that we're principally concerned with. Instead, as Dr. Wallace explained, the weather conditions are appropriately conservative in that they would give rise to currents that would propagate movements towards the relevant Ramsar wetlands and towards the relevant seagrass in a way that allows you to have confidence in the modelling to inform your assessment.
Understand.
Thank you. Okay, so we say again, 6 is really a modelling exercise, and in our submission, that modelling exercise has been undertaken satisfactorily. Ministerial Direction 7 calls for further assessment, and that further assessment of dredging impacts is on seagrass, not on other aspects of the environment, but is targeted to seagrass. And it's to be based upon 3 things. The revised sediment transform modelling, which we say is satisfactory in response to Direction 6. It's to respond to the revised light thresholds of 10% to 20% surface irradiance that were specified by the IAC as being appropriate thresholds to adopt for the purposes of this assessment. And the third thing being the updated seagrass mapping that was completed in response to recommendation 1B. So again, it's not further assessment at large, it's targeted assessment responding to particular matters. And at 145, we've set out what the proponent did and what Dr. Wallace and his team did in response to that directive. in our submission, what one sees when one works through paragraphs 145 through 148, and I won't read those out, is a faithful and proper response to the terms of the direction that provides the IAC with the information that it needs in order to complete the assessment that builds upon the earlier assessment contained within the environmental effects statement. And before I go on to the balance of the submission, which really picks up on some of the technical issues that were raised in respect of this part of the submission, it's important for the committee in our submission to have regard to what that assessment actually showed. And what it shows is that the 20% threshold will be achieved at the boundary of the Ramsar site. And that was an agreed outcome of the conclave, you recall. Dr. Wallace's evidence also shows that the 10% threshold, the lower threshold in respect of seagrass outside of the Ramsar area, will also be achieved for the vast majority of locations outside of the Ramsar. Recall Dr. Wallace's evidence was that that 10% delineation corresponded to the 3 micrograms per litre contour contained within figure 9.4, and I'll come to that in due course. And before we move on then to address the adequacy of the assessment, that the particular technical matters that were raised about the assessment, in our submission, the findings of the assessment should be of real consequence to the committee, because what they show is compliance really isn't the right word. The thresholds aren't compliance thresholds, they're assessment thresholds, right? They're adopted to assess for the purposes of assessing the extent to which the project might impact seagrass, rather than saying an impact of that type is unacceptable. So compliance isn't quite right, but what they show is relative to the thresholds that were adopted, the modelling, which is appropriately conservative for reasons we'll come to, shows that this project is not a project that is likely to give rise to marked impacts, even over the limited 8-week duration of this dredging program. And that's important for various aspects of the assessment. It's obviously important substantively, but it's also important when one comes to consider the various calls for further analysis that are made on behalf of Dr. Edmonds and by the school. This isn't a case where the modelling is showing some marginal level of compliance. This is a case where the modelling is showing, even without mitigation measures, that the likely extent of plumes being generated by the dredging program are not such that they would give rise to marked impacts upon seagrass meadows either within or outside of the Ramsar site. Okay, so what we've done in the balance of this part of the written submissions is respond to a number of technical matters that were raised in respect of this topic, and we've tried to set out our responses in some detail in writing. Like other parts of the submission, I'm not proposing to read through the entirety of this part of the submission. The first matter that we address is the appropriateness of utilising the 20% and 10% thresholds to inform the assessment. That is, not as limits or thresholds of acceptability, but as thresholds that assist in informing the nature and extent of impact. Again, I won't read through 149 through 152. That's where we address this matter. We do, though, make the following high-level observations. The first is that we've adopted these thresholds because that's what the direction called for explicitly. It's what the IAC recommended be adopted to inform this type of assessment, and the IAC adopted that approach because that's what the Victorian dredging guidelines call up as being appropriate thresholds. I think the other thing we'd like to emphasise about these thresholds is that they really should be considered conservative. You recall Dr. Wallace gave evidence that these threshold values provide for a high level of protection, right? So complying with or achieving these thresholds is an outcome that should provide comfort to the committee about the nature and extent of impact limited to this 8-week duration, because the thresholds themselves are conservative and are highly protective of the different species of seagrass that occur within Corio Bay. And so in our submission, because they're conservative, because they're referenced within the Victorian dredging guidelines, the IAC was correct to identify them as being appropriate thresholds to inform an assessment. And the fact that they have been adopted for this assessment is appropriate and supportive of the conclusions that are expressed within the EES and the supplementary EES. And so in our submission, there really can't be any proper critique, if you like, of the adoption and utilisation of those thresholds to inform this aspect of the supplementary assessment. The next issue then that we deal with is the Dr. Edmonds in respect of the derivation of the what's called the KD value. This is the critique advanced by Dr. Edmonds in respect of the analysis of light penetration, if you like, through to the seabed floor, which has informed the extent to which the modelled plumes would likely exceed or give rise to exceedances of the relevant thresholds. And at paragraph 153, we note that Dr. Edmonds has been critical of the method that was adopted. And in our submission, that criticism is misconceived and to some extent based on, it seems to us, a misunderstanding as to the effect of the relevant dredging guidelines. What we do say is that the method adopted by Dr. Wallace is consistent with those guidelines, and that itself is a matter that counts in its favour. What we do at paragraph 153 is set out a particular response given by Dr. Wallace under cross-examination in respect of the appropriateness of the relevant techniques set out within the guidelines. This is the various equations, if you like, that we utilise to translate model levels of turbidity to the ultimate light penetration. And what Dr. Wallace said was this: instead of doing the measurements myself, I adopted the measurements, the relationship that you refer to, that has been measured by the EPA chemist, the EPA Science Centre, in a careful series of experiments using Corio Bay sediments. And I thought that's a very good relationship published in the Victorian Dredging Guidelines, that I'll use that relationship. And so in our submission, it would be unfair to criticise the proponent for adopting a method that was derived from sediments within Corio Bay, and for this particular purpose, that is translating the amount of suspended solids to the degree of light penetration that one would anticipate reaching the relevant seagrass, that somehow that's an unacceptable technique to use. And we rely on the evidence of Dr. Wallace that it's an approach that is open and one that can appropriately be utilised for the purposes of this assessment. Now, at paragraph 155, we respond to Dr. Edmonds' evidence, and I'm happy to again treat that as read. But I suppose what I would want to emphasise orally is that, again, we don't take issue with Dr. Edmonds' proposition that there are different techniques that could be utilised to inform this type of exercise, and that one could inform this type of analysis by undertaking measurements in the field, analysing those measurements with a view to calculating a particular relationship that could then be utilised within this broader assessment. We don't take issue with that. But again, the fact that there is an alternate technique that could be used that might be more sophisticated than the technique that's described within the Victorian Dredging Guidelines doesn't detract from or count against the utility of the analysis that was undertaken. That analysis, which as I mentioned a moment ago, doesn't show borderline compliance, or doesn't show that somehow these thresholds are likely to be markedly exceeded at certain locations. That analysis, which utilises the approach represented within the guidelines, is an entirely legitimate way to undertake this type of assessment, was called for by the Minister. Again, it's not a matter that anyone other than Dr. Edmonds has taken issue with. It's not an issue that was raised by the peer review. There are different methods that could have been utilised. The method adopted by Dr. Wallace is an appropriate one, the one that was open. One, again, need have an appreciation, if you like, of the limitations of the analysis. This is a model. It's not purported to be an exact representation of what will occur, but it's a model that's appropriately conservative, that, as we'll come to, has no regard to the effective mitigation measures that will undoubtedly reduce the extent of the plume. And the fact that what it shows is comfortable compliance against the relevant thresholds, compliance in inverted commas, should provide comfort that the approach that's adopted is acceptable and provides you with the information you need to undertake your assessment. So that's what we say in response to that aspect of the criticism of the assessment.
Was the derivation of the KD value a matter that was discussed, or was that referenced in the study program? Was there anything specific in that study program?
I've taken on notice. It was the report itself, of course, was peer reviewed.
Yes.
The study program was also peer reviewed, but I don't know whether that particular aspect of the study program was articulated in that way. So I'll come back to you on that.
Okay.
Okay, the next sort of technical issue that we address is the discussion that occurred in evidence as to the adoption of median versus 95th percentile, and how one should have regard to the distribution of the modelling over time. And there was some criticism, as we observe in paragraph 156, that the utilisation of the median levels as against the 95th percentile levels was inappropriate. And you recall Dr. Wallace's explanation that in his view, the use of the 95th percentile here would actually not be useful, and that it would result in effect, the analysis being skewed. Moreover, the 95th percentile has now been reflected in the time series presented by Dr. Wallace in his presentation to the IAC. That is, the committee has information before it as to the variation in the model levels of the plume over time at the relevant points along the boundary of the RAM zone. You have the time series, you can see the distribution of the relevant modelling over time. And as Dr. Wallace explained, understanding that distribution through the time series, coupled with the analysis of the median, allows the committee a proper capacity to assess the peaks and troughs, the distribution of the modelling over time, and that it's simply not necessary and potentially misleading to conduct the analysis based on the 95th percentile. What Dr. Wallace did do, though, in response to the matter that was raised from the modelling conclave and the direction at the end of the second week of the hearing, was produce the outputs of the model at the 25th percentile, 50th percentile and 75th percentile. And that's presented in the further material that's before you. It's perhaps an opportune time to go to that. We'll put it on the screen and I'll just find it as well. This is the document that Dr. Wallace. No, this is the response document that Dr. Wallace prepared to the IAC's query. And so if we go to PDF page 2, this is
Have you got a table document number there?
Yeah, no, don't. This was part of the closing package that came in.
Right.
I'm not
okay.
sure, I'll check, it will have a document number, I'll just find it.
So this wasn't the one that came in early where there was a bit of hoo-ha about whether we should be tabling it or not. We did table it. It's the later thing that came in on Friday.
Yeah, it's,
Yes.
it's,
It's titled CEE response to IAC request
99.
December.
yes, thank you. Document number 99.
Yes.
You recall at the end of his evidence, that is literally at the end of the last week of the hearing before Christmas, there was talk about the benefit in providing the 25th percentile, 50th percentile and 75th percentile suspended solids levels predicted at the Ramsar sites. And Dr. Wallace said, well, I can prepare that easily. And there was the committee indicated it would benefit from the production of that material. And this is the first of the responses that Dr. Wallace addresses in his document that was circulated on Friday afternoon, which is document number 99. And so what Dr. Wallace does here is identify that in the supplementary EES, you have the relevant time series across the 8 weeks at each of the 4 locations, and you see the peaks and troughs in the model levels of suspended solids attributable to the project. This is the plumes attributable to the project. And if you turn over the page, you see there the response to the IAC's call for the different percentiles to be provided, the 25th, the 50th and the 75th percentile suspended solid concentrations for each of the 4 sites. So what Dr. Wallace explains is that those concentrations were obtained by analysing the Excel data files that are the basis of figure 8.8, the time series, to extract what is the 25th percentile, the 50th percentile and the 75th percentile at each of these locations. And I know the committee will really understand this, but the level that's identified as being the 25th percentile level is the level at which 25% of the results within that time series fall at or below. And the 50th percentile is the level at or below which 50% of the results fall at or below. The 75th is the level that 75% of the results fall at or below. And in order to make sense of this, it's important to understand that those figures are the 8-week period, right? They're the relevant percentiles, the relevant distribution across the entire 8-week period. Now, what is interesting and relevant in my submission about this further information is that what it shows is that the approach that Dr. Wallace adopted, which was to adopt the median from the worst 2-week period, is in fact a highly conservative approach relevant to the distribution across the 8-week period. And we can see that from this table, right? So what one need do is compare the 75th percentile of the 8-week period to the highest 14-day measurement, which was utilised for the purposes of the assessment. And what one sees is that in nearly each case, the figures used for the assessment, the highest 14-day period, the 1.8, the 3, the 4.1 and the 4.9, are either at or in circumstances above what's in fact the 75th percentile. Right, so if we take site 4 as an example, being the site where the greatest level of concentration was predicted, we see that the 75th percentile level was 3.9 micrograms per litre, whereas the figure utilised for the purposes of the assessment, derived from that worst case 2-week period, is 4.9. So a figure that's markedly above the 75th percentile figure utilised within or derived from the 8-week period. And I appreciate I might be harping on about this, but it's important because what it shows is the assessment methodology that was adopted was conservative. It utilises model outputs that are not skewed in favour of the project in any way. Instead, it adopts appropriately conservative assumptions that for the majority of the time won't eventuate. And the fact that even utilising those conservative assumptions, the outcomes compare so favourably to the relevant thresholds identified by the IAC is just further reason why the IAC should have comfort or should probably rely upon the conclusions drawn within this part of the supplementary statement. So that's what we wish to say about that aspect of the critique, if you like, of the assessment. If we return to the written submission, we next address the particular criticism that was advanced by Dr. Edmonds about the approach that was adopted to factor in the background suspended solids. So you'll recall that what the project did was model the extent of total suspended solids attributable to the project over the 8-week period. There were those peaks and troughs, but it adopted the analysis from the worst 2-week period, which, as we've seen, is in fact quite conservative, relevant to the distribution across the 8 weeks. And then to assess the extent of light penetration, it added to those figures the background level of suspended solids, which was derived from actual measurements that were undertaken within Corio Bay. And as I understand the criticism of this approach, it said, well, those levels, those background levels, will vary from time to time, they'll vary by depth, they'll vary by location. And so what Dr. Wallace did was adopt the average of the background concentrations, added that average to the modelled levels to inform his assessment of the likely extent of light penetration. And in our submission, again, that's an entirely appropriate approach to adopt for the purposes of an assessment of this type. Would it have been possible to do what Dr. Edmonds indicated and go out and take a whole series of measurements at different locations, at different depths, at different times, and somehow seek to correlate and factor in those measurements to the modelled levels? Well, yes, it would have been possible, but the fact that it would have been possible doesn't detract again from the utility of the exercise that was undertaken, whereby, consistent with the thresholds that the IAC directed, the 10% and 20% thresholds, the appropriate assessment period is this 2-week period that was accepted by Dr. Edmonds ultimately. And if that's the case, if the appropriate period is a 2-week period, then utilising the average background across that 2-week period is an appropriate response that responds to the existing condition and the future condition attributable to the project. It's not some gap or defect in the assessment. It instead is an attribute of the assessment that need be understood and that we accept, like the model levels, which will fluctuate over time, so too will the background levels fluctuate over time. But that this is the case doesn't mean that the assessment is somehow invalid. Quite to the contrary, what the assessment does is factor in the background levels appropriately based on actual measurements within Corio Bay in a way that allows for an assessment against the relevant thresholds. And consistent with good practice, we don't take any issue with the desirability of actual measurements being taken moving forward to inform the implementation of mitigation measures. That, of course, is appropriate, and that, of course, is what is proposed. That it hasn't occurred for the purposes of this impact assessment isn't some fatal flaw. What will be required is real-time monitoring of levels of turbidity that will ensure the protection of seagrass in a way that is entirely consistent with the assessment that was undertaken. Okay, that brings us then to the next part of the written submission. And this is a point that I've made now a number of times, which is when one comes to assess the modelling and the assessment of the modelling, it is critically important to understand that that modelling does not take into account the implementation of the mitigation measures. And why is that important? Well, it's important because this isn't the first dredging program undertaken within Victoria or indeed within Corio Bay. Instead, there are a series of very well understood mitigation measures that are conventionally applied and that safeguard against the worst case outcomes occurring of the type that is described. And what I thought might be of some benefit is if we turn to the mitigation measures and look at what is actually proposed. And we'll use our day 2 version for this purpose. And we'll start at PDF page 16.
Which document is that? Is it 102 or 101?
It's 101. This is the consolidated set, if you like, showing all of the changes from exhibition through to now. And if we start at PDF page 16 and we look at MMME02, here's what's actually proposed. So a moratorium on any dredging occurring between September through January, being those times of the year where seagrass production is at its highest and where phytoplankton and other key species are in larval or juvenile stage. So that itself is a fundamentally important mitigation step. ME03 limits on overflow from barges. So the capacity to manipulate the rate and overflow of the machinery that will be utilised for the purposes of the program is itself important because there is a degree to which one can control the extent to which the plumes will generate over time and one can respond to adverse consequences and the like. ME04 calls for the installation of a silk curtain, and consistent with the evidence of Dr. Wallace, we've reframed that condition so that mitigation measure so that it will require that curtain be installed parallel to the seagrass beds along the refinery shore. And yes, there are certain limits to which a silk curtain will prevent sediment transport during high weather events, but it is an effective technique for other circumstances that wasn't factored in at all to the modelling. Then ME05A, a series of monitoring requirements of turbidity and light attenuation to be undertaken in real time during the relevant program on the edges of the seagrass that can then inform trigger events to inform what steps should be taken should adverse scenarios exist. ME05, a complementary requirement that there be monitoring of turbidity and light attenuation during dredging with relevant threshold limits that trigger certain actions. ME06, seagrass and seabed biota monitoring in dredged area and Point Wilson dredged material ground, so that one can be confident that the effects that are predicted are going to be realised. ME07, a particular monitoring obligation in respect of plankton during and after dredging. And what one sees is, by combination of those various mitigation measures, a quite comprehensive suite of checks and balances and requirements that will ensure that the impacts as assessed and as determined as being acceptable will be realised. And there's nothing about this program that somehow sets it apart from other programs undertaken within Corio Bay that would suggest that these conventional techniques are going to be ineffective or won't, in the hands of appropriately qualified practitioners, be able to be implemented. Instead, they point to the very real capacity to manage impacts of the type anticipated over this relatively short period of time. And in our submission, the assessment undertaken by Dr. Edmonds, which was highly critical of this part of assessment completed under the supplementary statement really didn't grapple with or recognise the extent to which these, as I said, well understood and really accepted practices will effectively mitigate risk. Coupled with the assessment, which doesn't even rely upon them, demonstrating relatively low levels of risk under appropriately conservative set of assumptions.
Did
So-
you do any modelling of the residual risk?
I don't
Having
believe so.
applied the mitigation measures?
No, I don't believe so.
Would that be useful to understand the sort of quantum of the gains, if you like, through applying these mitigation measures?
I think the way I'd answer that question is that it depends, right? So imagine a scenario where the unattenuated, unmitigated modelling showed considerable exceedances of the applicable thresholds, right? So imagine a scenario where large swathes of the Ramsar wetland are affected by, or where the relevant threshold would not be achieved, or where other seagrass communities were affected pursuant to the 10% threshold. Well, I think in that scenario, the utility of doing the additional analysis would be greater. It's a bit like in that scenario, the utility of doing some of these other things that were identified by Dr. Edmonds might have been greater. The cause or the need to undertake further assessment would have been warranted. But here, the unattenuated measurements unattenuated modelling doesn't warrant that further assessment. But when you come to assess the environmental effects, in my submission, you should also have regard to the fact that, well, look, here's these other measures that are conventional and that are well understood. Here's all these other things that will safeguard it against outcomes that are unanticipated by the modelling, even having regard to its conservative assumption. Yeah. Okay. What we do then in the balance of this part of the submissions is respond to some further criticisms advanced by Dr. Edmonds in respect of this part of the assessment. I'm at PDF page 65 and at paragraph 164. And one of the things that Dr. Edmonds said, for example, is that, oh, well, the response to Minister's Direction number 7 was inadequate because the supplementary assessment did not survey and assess microphytobenthos. But the committee will recall that the direction itself was explicitly focused upon the impact of dredging on seagrass, not on microphytobenthos. But again, that doesn't mean there's some gap in the assessment. Instead, the impact of the proposal on microphytobenthos was documented within the EES. And furthermore, this committee considered that assessment to be adequate. And so it's a good example, again, of the supplementary assessment being appropriately targeted to certain matters and it being a complement to the original EES as opposed to a replacement of it. So paragraphs 164, 165 and 166, we respond to that particular criticism. At 167, we respond to Dr. Edmonds' separate call for a further assessment of the impact of the dredging program on the primary productivity of the seagrass, that is, on its capacity to photosynthesize during the course of the 8-week dredging program. Just pausing there, you recall that, at least as I understood Dr. Edmonds' evidence, he said, well, the 20% and the 10% thresholds are really thresholds that are directed toward ensuring the survival of seagrass species, but that the program could still separately impact upon primary productivity, even though it's only an 8-week period of time, right? And as I understood Dr. Edmonds' evidence, it was really saying, well, there should be a separate assessment of primary productivity loss on an hour-by-hour basis or a shorter time horizon across this 8-week period. And in our submission, as we say at paragraph 168, it can be accepted, we suppose, that dredging may result in a short-lived impact on photosynthesis, right? That is, the extent of the additional shading might impact to some degree on the capacity for the seagrass to photosynthesize, which may have some result on primary productivity. But we do say that an assessment of productivity on photosynthesis was completed as part of the original EES. And it was documented in particular at table 10-10 of the EES. We could bring that on the board if you like, but that specific type of analysis was completed for this specific project. So again, there's no gap, it's been done. And what that analysis shows is that, as one would accept or expect for an 8-week program of this type, the impact here is likely to be low. But for the purposes of this process, we really rely on Dr. Wallace's explanation. And what he said in evidence is that if you want to appreciate the likely extent of impact, one can usefully look to the time series prediction of suspended solids at the boundary of the Ramsar site, right? The modelled impact over the 8-week period of time. And what that shows, as one would anticipate, is that there will be periods, relatively short periods, where the suspended solids will be relatively high, followed by a series of time where the project will have a very little incremental effect on total suspended solids over time, right? That's what it shows. It doesn't show that there'll be extended periods of time of elevated levels of total suspended solids. It shows distinct peaks occurring for relatively short periods of time, interspersed by periods of low increment on account of this project. And so when you appreciate that this is the nature of the distribution, if you like, of the total suspended solids attributable to this project, one can readily understand that there will be short periods of time where there will be a greater effect attributable to the project, followed by extended periods of time where there will be little, if any, effect attributable to the project. And when those extended periods of time occur, they'll only have an effect when the sun's out. Obviously, if they occur at night, there's no consequence whatsoever. And what Dr. Wallace explained, when one has regard to the nature of that distribution, is that the likely effect on productivity will be very low. And so the committee has information before it that allows it to not just assess the capacity for seagrass to survive over the 8-week duration, but also the likely distribution of total suspended solids over that period of time. And consistent with the evidence of Dr. Wallace, in our submission, the committee should be comfortable for a dredging program that again is limited very much in duration and extent. There will be no impacts that will be unacceptable in terms of primary production. That was the conclusion in the original EES. The supplementary work supports that. And so that's why we say at paragraph 169 that Dr. Edmonds' criticism in this respect effectively goes nowhere. You could do it. That is, you could undertake this further detailed, quite complex modelling analysis if it had been called for, but it's not necessary in order to complete the supplementary assessment. It wasn't called for by the committee, it wasn't called for by the minister, but more importantly, it's just not necessary to form a view about the acceptability of the impacts, particularly having regard to the appropriate thresholds. Okay, that's all I wanted to say about that topic, I think. Just bear with me while I check my notes. Oh, yes, the only other thing that I would note is that and perhaps the committee could just make a reference, at pages 79 and 80 of the IAC's original report. No, this is hard copy. So this is PDF page 100 to 101. One of the issues that had been raised, and indeed raised by Dr. Edmonds, was the appropriateness of adopting light thresholds for the purposes of informing an assessment of this type. And Dr. Edmonds didn't support the use of light thresholds to determine impacts on seagrass. And instead, what he called for was a comprehensive biological model on seagrass productivity. And so again, as I understand his evidence previously, was why you shouldn't use the 20% and the 10% thresholds averaged over 2 weeks. Instead, you should undertake a more detailed assessment based upon seagrass productivity, which is what he's described as the additional assessment that he would have liked to have seen. And relevantly, the committee dismissed or rejected Dr. Edmonds' evidence in that regard previously. And amongst other things, they recognised that Dr. Edmonds conceded that there is no alternative standardised management approach, but he said there are common approaches that should be carefully considered, right? But ultimately, the committee indicated that it was satisfied with the threshold approach, albeit subject to those thresholds being modified to adopt the more conservative thresholds that have now been the subject of this assessment process. So in our submission, what Dr. Edmonds calls for here is really something that wasn't deemed necessary last time and shouldn't be deemed necessary this time around. What I would direct the committee to in particular is the following 2 paragraphs at page 101, PDF page 101. We might put these on the board. Oh, sorry, it's PDF 100, I think, yes. If you see the second paragraph there under the heading discussion, the committee said this: the source path receptor approach to determine the impacts of dredging on seagrass relies on embedded assumptions about hydrodynamic processes, sediment transport, light thresholds for seagrass survival, and mapping of existing seagrass. While this is an acceptable approach, key assumptions have been queried, including the adoption of the 5% light threshold for seagrass survival. The committee considers that the 5% threshold is not sufficiently conservative. There's reference there to the dredging guidelines and to other literature, and an explanation of the derivation of the 10 and 20% thresholds. And the committee is saying that they provide an appropriate basis for assessing the effects of dredging on seagrass, with the 20% threshold giving greater weight at the Ramsar site to minimise risk. And so we say again that that analysis is correct. It's been adopted and faithfully implemented as part of this supplementary assessment. And further work that's called for by Dr. Edmonds just simply is not necessary in order to inform an assessment of the type that should be undertaken for this type of dredging program. Okay, that then brings us to Minister Direction number 8, and that's at back at PDF page 68 and paragraph 174 of the written submissions. The 8th direction was as follows: confirm the EES conclusion that dredging will not impact the Ramsar site after considering the revised marine modelling and the revised assessment of impacts on seagrass. Now, we've set out our response to that direction at paragraphs 175 through 181. What we would observe for present purposes is that, again, Ministerial Direction 8 is intended to be, in effect, the culmination of 6 and 7. Right? It's saying, confirm the conclusions based upon the revised marine modelling, recommendation 6, the revised assessment of impacts, recommendation 7. And what the supplementary report does is confirm in our submission to a degree that should be adequate to the committee, the analysis recorded within the supplementary statement in the EES in that regard. And in our submission, that confirmation is significant. It provides the committee with a more robust basis to conclude that the impacts of this project on the Ramsar wetland are acceptable. Just for present purposes, the committee should note that at 175, we've described the nature of the particular work that was undertaken. At 176, we've set out the relevant findings and we rely upon those matters. So that now brings us to the end of that part of the submission that concerns the further assessment on marine impacts. And I paused earlier and said, well, look at the further assessment as it concerns operation and consider the extent to which the further assessment supports the conclusions within the EES. And in our submission, a similar exercise should be undertaken in respect of the dredging component. We have this short-lived 8-week dredging program that will not be undertaken during certain times of the year and that will be subject to certain controls. The modelling shows that it's unlikely, based upon conservative assumptions, that the program will give rise to unacceptable effects on seagrass communities, either within or outside the Ramsar wetland. And furthermore, that subject to the appropriate or proper implementation of the mitigation measures, there's simply no reason in our submission for the committee to have residual concerns about the capacity for those effects to be realised or to require some further assessment of worst case scenarios or further assessment or refinement of the assessment that was completed. All right. Now, the next part of the submissions concerns threatened and migratory birds. And as Mr. Townsend indicated earlier, we're content for that part of the submission to be taken as read. In short, we submit that really, given the evidence that's before you, the committee should readily conclude that the assessment within the technical report was appropriately conservative, that there's no proper basis to conclude that the impacts as assessed in respect of threatened and migratory birds would be unacceptable. You've heard the evidence of Dr. Lane, and we've set out a description of that evidence that we rely upon. Dr. Lane, of course, is the only expert that's been called in respect of this topic. His assessment is entirely consistent with that of the independent peer reviewer. And really, to the extent that Dr. Lane's evidence was challenged, it was challenged on the premise that somehow the hydrodynamic modelling was fundamentally flawed, or if the assessment was fundamentally wrong, would you still hold the same views, was the nature of the question from cross-examination. And in our submission, there's simply no reason to conclude that the updated modelling is somehow flawed, or that the assessment that flows from that modelling is fundamentally flawed in a way that could possibly displace the findings recorded within the SEES or within Dr. Lane's witness statement. So I don't think we need to say more about that for present purposes. Now, let's bear with me while I come to the next section. The next section of the submissions concerns noise. And before I turn to the written submissions in this regard, we just remind the committee that we prepared relatively detailed opening submissions on this topic, and we rely upon those submissions. We submit that the evidence of Mr. Tardio and Mr. Evans is ultimately supportive of the position that we advanced in those opening submissions. And what we've tried to do in closing, therefore, is really summarise our position in writing, and I'll walk through that, but we don't intend to say a great deal further for the purposes of this closing submission. We do reserve the right to reply to any submissions advanced by other parties, and we'll wait to hear how the school puts its case in respect of noise. But what we sought to do in this written closing is really summarise our position. And what we start by doing in that regard is noting the very considerable extent of matters that are not in dispute, and certainly not in dispute between the expert witnesses. And these matters, relevantly, are matters that were in dispute on the previous occasion. There's no debate on the evidence that, for example, the background measurements undertaken as part of the supplementary statement allow for the formulation of appropriate noise limits in accordance with the Environment Protection Act or the Environment Protection Regulations. That the formulation of the project-specific noise limits in the manner proposed is appropriate and beneficial, at least in the case of all receptors other than Geelong Grammar School. We'll come to that issue in particular, but you recall that Mr. Tardio was supportive of the project-specific noise limits as formulated and being necessary in respect of all other submitters, or all other receptors that he didn't consider. That the noise modelling that underpins the supplementary statement was completed to an appropriate standard, that the noise modelling demonstrates the capacity for the project to comply with the project-specific noise limits subject to appropriate attenuation, that their scope for further noise or amelioration should be pursued during detailed design and in the formulation of operating practices, and that a tailored noise monitoring regime should be implemented in respect of the project. And what does that mean? Well, what's left, to the extent that there really is any material disagreement between the witnesses, it seems to me it can be summarised in this way. Mr. Evans expressed the view that it was appropriate that the project noise criteria should apply to Geelong Grammar School, as is the case for all other receptors, as opposed to a requirement that would assess the cumulative noise emissions from the project and the refinery. Whereas Mr. Tardio indicated that he was agnostic concerning which of the two approaches should be adopted. You recall there were some questions put in cross-examination about which team the relevant witnesses were on, and Mr. Evans indicated that he was supportive of the project noise criteria as amended, being the proper regulatory device to be given effect under the mitigation measures, whereas Mr. Evans was agnostic in his language in respect of that approach. Relevantly also, the committee might recall that as part of the EPA's opening submissions, the EPA indicated that there are a series of issues that were open and closed, and that it had some further questions in respect of aspects of the noise modelling undertaken for the project. And we note at paragraph 194 that by the EPA's most recent response to the IAC, that is, I know there's been some submissions filed at lunchtime, I haven't looked at those, but there was a document that was filed on the 18th of December. And by that document, the EPA appeared to confirm that it no longer presses the balance of the issues that were identified as being open before the committee. And so it seems to us that the EPA is not calling for further assessment or further material as part of this process as being necessary. And in addition, there was commentary in respect of the appropriate mitigation measures that should apply both from the EPA and from the relevant expert witnesses. And what the committee will see when we come to it is that my client has responded and sought to incorporate not only the recommended changes identified by the EPA, but also those adopted by the witnesses. You recall that Mr. Evans and Mr. Tardio were asked to formulate an appropriate mitigation that would give effect to a site-specific noise monitoring program that would allow for an assessment against the project-specific criteria. That they came back with changes, and what you'll see in the day 2 version of the control is that my client has incorporated those changes on top of the EPA's changes for that condition, so that we understand there's no real debate about the appropriate mitigation measures that should be implemented in that regard. So where does that leave us? Well, I suppose the first point we make is that there really doesn't seem to be ongoing debate about the capacity for the project to operate acceptably from a noise perspective, and that subject to appropriate mitigation, that the project will be able to comply with applicable requirements. What we've done then for the balance of the submission on noise is set out our summary position in respect of what might be described as a cumulative noise requirement. That is a requirement that would apply to this project and to the refinery, and require that the cumulative noise from the two premises achieve a certain level. And we've said that we understand the school to favour the implementation of an approach of that type. We'll be interested to see how the school advances this position, whether it maintains that submission, particularly given that didn't seem to be the position of Mr. Tardio, who indicated he was agnostic in respect of the appropriate approach. What we do at paragraph 199 is then make reference to the various materials that we've submitted that will be of assistance, we hope, to the committee in responding to this issue. The proponent's opening submissions in respect of noise, and to the two technical notes that were filed before Christmas that address noise emissions, including STN 05, which addresses noise emissions from the refinery. In terms of the call for the relevant mitigation measure, as it would apply to this project, to somehow call up a cumulative noise requirement, we make reference at paragraph 200 to the relevant provisions of the Environment Protection Act and to the Environment Protection Regulations, which we set out in more detail in the opening submissions that we've already filed. And we note here that there are really two obligations that are of particular relevance. The first is the obligation to not generate unreasonable noise. And pursuant to Regulation 118 of the Environment Protection Regulations, unreasonable noise may be ascertained by reference to...
Jessel, can you pause? There's this knocking noise or creaking noise. I can't work out where it's coming from because nobody appears to be moving.
I think it's my table. I
I
think
think it might be me.
so. What happens is you just listen carefully. Is that the noise?
Yeah.
Can you
Sometimes it moves
just
on its own.
stay still?
Sometimes it moves on its own. Sometimes it moves because Miss Collingwood moves. Sometimes I move. I make no undertaking not to move.
No, that could be bad for your health.
I wondered about it myself.
At least we know it's off.
Oh, yes.
No port
It's your
table.
tabletop is tilting.
Yeah. So if
What
I
we might do,
see, I give myself a little bit. But then
It's
I've got
the cumulative
I've got
noise
that
impact.
noise, which is different in quality and character.
Yeah.
Different in quality and character, may be less annoying, but I suppose that depends on the idiosyncrasies of the stuff.
We might just see if we can switch the tables around for tomorrow.
Give Mr. Chessel the noisy table.
Okay.
Mr. Finanzio, stop creaking. So really what we're saying at paragraph 200 is there's two separate obligations. There's an obligation not to generate unreasonable noise. Unreasonable noise being defined as noise above the relevant noise limits established in accordance with Regulation 118, which in turn pulls up the noise protocol. There's a second obligation to take all reasonable steps to ensure that contributions from different premises, be they existing or proposed premises, not exceed the applicable noise limits, and that's under Regulation 120. So in our submission, it's not correct to contend that the legislative scheme establishes what might be described as a cumulative noise limit in respect of multiple facilities, or that the emissions from one facility can necessarily dictate the appropriateness of noise from another facility. Instead, in the present case, there really can be no doubt that the project will comply with the first of the relevant obligations. The project will not generate unreasonable noise as defined within the relevant regulations by reference to the noise protocol. That's very clear from the noise modelling that's been undertaken. Furthermore, in our submission, having regard to the second obligation, the adoption of the project noise criteria, which are 10 decibels below the applicable criteria, that approach should leave the committee in no doubt that the proponent will take all reasonable steps to ensure that the project will not exacerbate any circumstance whereby existing noise is at or above the applicable criteria. Indeed, the consequence of adopting the project-specific criteria is that the project itself, the project that is before you and the subject of assessment, will make no contribution to the effective noise level at any of the relevant receptors in circumstances where the noise level is at or above the applicable limits. And so in our submission, the adoption of these project-specific criteria, which are not called for specifically under legislation, are an appropriate response to an environment in which existing noise levels are at, or under certain circumstances, potentially above levels that are identified, deemed to be unreasonable, having regard to the terms of the Environment Protection Act and regulations. And at paragraph 24, we make what in our submission is an important point, and that is that the refinery is not the only source of industrial noise in and around the project. There are other industrial noise sources that are not controlled in any way or related in any way to the proponent. And indeed, the committee will recall that the measurements that were undertaken were such that the assessment anticipated that under certain weather conditions, those existing sources of noise would themselves exceed the relevant criteria and would give rise to an exceedance of the relevant noise limit and be deemed to be unreasonable noise for the purposes of the environment protection regime. Now, there's of course no scope for the proponent to control the level of noise generated from those facilities or to regulate the operation of the project to ensure that cumulative noise levels would comply with what might be described as being applicable limits. And when that was put to Mr. Taddeo agreed that this is why the selection of project noise criteria is an appropriate response in this context, at least as it concerns those receptors that are relevant, the balance of those receptors that are relevant to the IAC's assessment. So if we pause there, that concession or that acknowledgement is important, because what Mr. Taddeo is saying is if you look beyond the school, if you don't focus exclusively on the school and you have regard to other receptors in and around the project, the appropriate response is the formulation of project-specific noise criteria 10 decibels below the applicable limit. Why? Because that criteria or that set of criteria will ensure that this project makes no contribution to the effective noise level in circumstances where existing levels are at or above the relevant criteria. So if you accept that as being true or correct, then in our submission, this committee can't, like Mr. Taddeo, focus exclusively on the school, and it can't limit its assessment in that way. And in our submission, there's simply no proper basis for the school to be treated differently in this respect from the balance of the sensitive receptors within the vicinity of the project. And in our submission, as was ultimately agreed by Mr. Taddeo, the establishment of and adherence to the project noise criteria will be equally protective of the school as it is of all the other receptors. Now, we again make a point at paragraph 207 that we've made previously, and that is to emphasise that nothing in these submissions detract from my client or its related entities' broader obligations under the Environment Protection Act and the Environment Protection regulations in respect of the refinery. You have before you Technical Note 5, which provides further information about the refinery. It's been operating for many decades. The complex and interrelated nature of the processes within the refinery, the variety of noise sources therein. you have information before you in respect of the steps that my client and the related entities are taking to actively manage and investigate noise emissions from the refinery. And it's important to recognise my client takes no issue with its commitment to continue to monitor noise from the refinery to reduce noise emissions over time. And we've identified particular programs that are currently in train that will address noise emissions from some of the noisier components of plant within the refinery. But those obligations exist. They should not, however, inform the appropriate mitigation measure that should be formulated in respect of noise emissions from this project. The environmental approval for this project should properly be tailored to noise emissions from this facility. And at paragraph 209, we respond finally to the matters that were raised by Mr. Taddeo in respect of the complexities associated with measuring or monitoring noise specifically from this project for the purposes of determining compliance with the project-specific noise criteria. And we accept that there may well be complexities associated with a monitoring regime of that type, but both experts agreed that equipment exists that can perform this task, and furthermore that there are assessment approaches that exist that can be adopted to assess compliance with the relevant criteria. The committee sent the witnesses away to formulate a set of words that would give effect to a program of that type, and those words have been given effect in the Day 2 documentation. But one thing I thought we might do before moving on from noise is just revisit the image that had been usefully prepared by the committee, document number 86, the sort of the sketch diagram that was used in the context of the the questions that were put to the witnesses. We'll share that on the screen.
Particularly good drawing. This is useful. You want to reconsider.
No, useful, certainly.
It's not the refinery and the shape of the bay.
Sorry, it's very accurate.
And we just make a certain observations about that, right? What this shows is, focusing exclusively on the school, that the project-specific criteria set at 10 decibels below the applicable noise limits would apply to the school. And if achieved, of course, we've established would ensure that the effective noise level, that the project would not contribute to the effective noise level in circumstances where that level is at or above the relevant limit. In green, there's the noise limits that would otherwise apply to the school. And what we point out is that they're not cumulative noise limits. They're noise limits that are specified under the relevant act as being levels above which premises would emit unreasonable noise. Right? So it's not strictly correct in our submission to characterise those as cumulative requirements. They are in fact the limit that would be utilised to inform whether or not a particular premises gave rise to unreasonable noises defined within the act. What's not shown on that image, of course, is the heap of other receptors that are located in the vicinity of the project, including those to the left-hand side of the image that aren't affected only by the refinery, but by other sources of industrial noise. And I think there was an observation made that if the refinery was unrelated to the proponent, if it was Burgermeister Oil or words to that effect, well, then you're dealing with a scenario where a proponent doesn't have direct control over the level of noise emissions from the project as proposed and the existing separate premises. And that's of course the case in respect of all those other receptors that exist, particularly within North Shore, and that are affected by the other industrial noise sources affected. And that's why the appropriate course here is the specification of project-specific criteria in the way that's proposed, because it's not just a question of whether the school, what controls should apply to the school, which was Mr. Tardio's focus, but what controls should apply to this project to ensure that it responds appropriately to the existing noise conditions. And again, in our submission, the appropriate response is the one that's been proposed. So that's all we propose to say about noise. We note a number of matters that had been raised by the committee, questions on notice, including about noise, and we've included our response within the technical note that was submitted earlier. So I'm happy to answer questions about them, but we rely on those responses and we hope that they're adequately responsive to the matters that the committee asked.
Okay.
Just before you move off, and you most probably haven't had the time to consider this yet, but I imagine in time we'll get your responses to the EPA's open recommendations. So in relation to noise, they've got 3 matters that they highlight in their submission to us today.
Yeah.
In relation to recommendations 7, 9 and 10 that they say are still open, I assume we'll just get that in reply.
Yes, we're happy to address that in reply. I was interested to see that over lunch because if you go back to paragraph 194 of the written submission, and we've made reference there to table document number 96, and that's the document that the EPA filed on the 18th of December, either the last day or the penultimate day of this hearing before Christmas.
Sorry, I can't keep both documents open at the same time, so I'm now back. So what paragraph of the written submission?
I'm at 194 of the written submission.
All right.
Sorry, paragraph 194, page 76, PDF page 76. And
Thank you.
what we had understood the EPA to be saying by that document is that it didn't press those outstanding issues for the purposes of this process. We'll wait and hear what's said tomorrow, and we can certainly respond to those issues to the extent that they remain open. But I personally found it difficult to reconcile what the EPA said on the 18th of December with what it said in the written submission file today. But
Okay.
We'll listen carefully tomorrow and respond.
Thank you.
I know you're nearly finished, but there is another substantive topic to deal with, so we might just have an afternoon break.
Yes.
Is that all right?
Yes, please.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll resume at 3:35. You just want the left-hand columns. Okay, we're ready when you are.
Thank you. Members of the committee, before I move off from noise, I just thought I'd show you the day 2 EPRs, and this is the consolidated version of the EPRs that show the changes incorporated in the exhibited version, which are the red and blue changes, the day 1 changes, which are green, and the day 2 changes, which are purple. Right? That's how you understand the colours. And it's a little bit messy because there are changes upon changes, and that's why we provided you with a consolidated set that only show the day 2 changes. But for present purposes,
Which page are we on? I've just got.
oh, sorry, PDF page 32.
32.
And this is NV05, and what you'll see is
This is document 100 or 101.
this is 100, I think. Sorry, 101.
What's the difference between 100 and 101?
One of them, I think 100, only shows the day 2 changes. So all the other changes up till this point in time are accepted,
Right.
and the track changes are the day 2 changes.
Okay.
But this version, we thought it would be useful to
And everything.
show everything.
Gotcha.
So just remind us what the colours are.
Yeah, so I'll see if I get this right. The red and the blue are the changes that were incorporated within the exhibited version that is different to the version that had previously been the subject of the assessment. The blue changes were the changes that were called for explicitly by the committee, and the red changes were the additional changes that were proposed by the proponent. So that's the red and the blue.
Uh-huh.
The green changes are the day one changes that were circulated with the day one docs.
Yep.
And the purple changes are the day two changes. So everything in red, blue and green you've seen before.
Yep.
Everything in purple is new.
Okay.
And we're focusing on NV05, and you'll see that we've included an explanation of the genesis of the different changes in that right-hand column that's a bit difficult to show on the screen. All I really wanted to do for present purposes is just take you down to PDF page 34. And you'll see that there we've incorporated changes that were contained within the conclave report as you go through. And that the final change, the final dot point that begins as part of the operational management plan, we've included the recommended wording from the experts that was prepared in response to the request from the committee that the experts go away and formulate a set of words to give effect to a monitoring program.
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to identify about this is what we've sought to do is integrate the EPA's changes with the experts' changes. So to the extent that the expert changes aren't word for word, it's because we've had to merge the two recommended changes that sort of crossed each other in the night. But what we've sought to do is faithfully give effect to the joint position of the experts about what the mitigation measure should provide in terms of the relevant the relevant monitoring program that should be implemented in respect of the project. So that's where you find that change. Okay, I'd like to return now, please, to the written submissions. And we're up to Minister's Direction number 11, which is air, or concerns air, and that's at PDF page 79. And I suppose, like in many respects, the case as it concerns noise emissions, the case as it concerns air emissions is really, again, a single issue case, perhaps even more narrow than the noise issue, which itself is very narrow. And for that reason, we're happy to rely upon the written submissions that we've prepared in that regard. We've outlined the further work that was undertaken in our submission. It responds appropriately to the further sensitivity analysis that have been called for in respect to the supplementary assessment. And so what we're left with is this issue of stack specific limits as opposed to bubble limits. And we've set out our position at PDF page 81. The first thing we say is that the primary focus of submissions, in particular those from the EPA, relate to this issue. That is, whether there should be, as we understand it, stack-specific limits only, or whether there should be a combination of stack-specific limits and bubble limits. And in our submission, the combination of stack and bubble limits is an appropriate combination. It would provide for two things. Firstly, you recall that the stack-specific limits are necessarily the short-term, very short-term limits that correspond to the level of emissions that relate to the best available technology that can be implemented in respect of the FSRU. Right? So the stack-specific limits expressed over this very short duration are important because they lock in the best available technology. Then the bubble limits, which are the longer term limits expressed over the year, complement the shorter term stack specific limits by effectively limiting the project to conform to the operating profile that has been the subject of this assessment, whereby there would be a greater degree of production within winter, 2 shoulder periods, and a far lesser degree of production in summer. They complement one another. And in our submission, if you take away the bubble limit, you're detracting from the degree of control of the project, if you like, rather than enhancing it. That is, you're removing from the regulatory control the longer term limit that sought to regulate the operating profile over time. So
at 221, we say that there is a degree of flexibility in measuring compliance with the longer term bubble limit. Shouldn't itself be of any concern to the committee or indeed to the EPA. And that's because the assessment undertaken within the supplementary statement demonstrated that even when this project operates at absolute peak capacity continuously over a 5-year period, there would still be very comfortable compliance with the relevant limits. And the emissions ceiling established by the stack-specific limits ensures that the relevant performance of the FSRU can't exceed that model for the purposes of the EES. That is, it locks in the best available technology. And again, we note that the bubble limits are intended to complement that, to in part safeguard against a scenario where you're operating at peak capacity over the entirety of the year. This is not what's proposed, it's not what will occur, in part because there's no demand for gas over the entirety of the year that will warrant this facility operating that way. The EPA's position we find a little bit difficult to understand with respect. It's said somehow that the operation of the GED counts against the implementation of the bubble limits, and we address that at 222. We don't think that's right with respect. The obligation to limit the risk of harm so far as reasonably practicable, that is the obligation to implement the GED, exists with or without bubble limits, it exists with or without stack limits. In the present case, what the modelling shows, again, is that even at peak capacity, operating at 5 years, the emissions attributable to this facility will be very, very low. You recall that even the, was it 99.9 percentile, whatever it was, showed a level that's far below the relevant limit. And then the time series, the distribution at that most affected location showed that for the vast majority of the 5-year period, the actual level will be far below that level, which itself is far below the relevant limits. This is not a case where the risk posed by air emissions, the risk of harm to human health or to the environment, is marked in any way. It's not significant. It's not a case where the GED should be taken to somehow count against the particular combination of technologies that's proposed. So we don't quite understand what it is about the GED that the EPA relies upon to say, well, no, bubble limits aren't appropriate yet. Nor do we understand, as we say in 223, why the removal of the bubble limits really would result in some type of superior regulatory outcome. They just reduce or remove a layer of protection that is contemplated. As I understood the EPA's position, there was a suggestion that in place of the bubble limits, there should be, in addition to the short-term stack-specific limits, longer-term stack-specific limits, which would seemingly seek to perform a similar function to the bubble limits, but apply to each source of emissions individually. And in our submission, we say really two things. Firstly, we don't see how that can really be a superior outcome. If there's some concern about the capacity to manipulate the bubble, manipulate the overall emissions within a year, that capacity would exist under either formulation.
Is that the scenario that when you were talking to us about that in December,
yeah,
you said it could lead to the perverse outcome of having to run 2 boilers or stacks or whatever at half capacity instead of 1 at full capacity?
Yeah, that's right. That's partly one of the, that's the next adverse or the next vice of this approach. If you're limiting certain sources of emissions within the broader FSRU, what you're doing potentially is artificially affecting the capacity or the capacity to operate certain components of plants in a certain way. And the real concern ultimately should be the ground level concentrations produced by the facility. And if the consequence of these updated stack limits is that the proponent can't operate 1 train at 100%, but has to instead operate 2 trains, say at 50%, then at best, there's no difference in terms of the actual level of emissions as they reach the ground, right? Because they'll be the same. But potentially it's worse because it's more efficient to run this type of plant at 100%, such that to get the same output, you'd have to run 2 pieces of plant at 60%, say. And these numbers are just for demonstration purposes, but that's the potential perversity of the approach that's being proposed by the EPA. We don't agree that it would give rise to any benefits. What we would caution against and what we would oppose is a outcome where the stack specific limits are modified, the bubble limits are removed, the stack specific limits are modified so as to be short and long term, if you like, in this scenario, and where that combination of control somehow precludes flexibility on the part of my client as to how it operates the different sources, the different engines, the different boilers, because of this potential phenomenon that I'm describing, whereby really what you're doing for no environmental benefit is curtailing the capacity for the operator of the facility to operate the machinery in the most efficient configuration, which is complex. And again, we just don't understand why, from an environmental outcome perspective, the combination that or the paradigm that the EPA is proposing is superior. But look, all that said, we're happy to continue to engage with the EPA about these matters. No doubt they'll be drawn out in the works approval of a development license component of this process. It's a matter ultimately for the regulator. We think that the work we've done shows that the combination proposed is a good combination. We don't, if the bubble limits are ultimately deleted, so be it. The reality is that demand will influence the distribution of usage over time, and what the stack specific limits ensure is that the best available technology will be implemented. And what the analysis shows is that regardless of when peak performance occurs throughout the year, you can be very, very confident that the level of emissions will not give rise to any material impact on human health or the environment, given the outcomes of the model. I thought we might just
before you go, if we were to press you to be pointy, is it as simple as saying in relation to paragraph 226, where we're at the moment, and the difference between EPA and everyone else is going to be resolved in a development license discussion if approval is granted. Is that?
Yes, it's the ultimately
as simple as that.
Remit of the authority to determine what conditions should appropriately be contained in a development license, and if it's a combination of stack specific and bubble limits, or stack specific and longer term stack specific, that's what the authority will do. And there are processes, if the client really doesn't like it, that it can pursue to review those conditions. But to the extent that you're being called upon to give recommendations or advice to the relevant authorities as to what conditions should be included, in our submission, the reasons I've taken you to, we just don't really see there to be any pressing impetus to move away from the stack and bubble limit configuration, which operating in tandem is an appropriate one. I was going to go to that there was another image where you show the distribution over time, but I won't do that. I think we've
Please don't.
You mean another one of
Yeah.
Burgermeister's pictures?
They were good. Yeah. So look, I think we've made all the points we need to make there. All right, then the last components of the written submission we can deal with very quickly. We've recorded our position in respect of Aboriginal cultural heritage at 233. We don't need to say anything further about that. At 234, we have made reference to the day 2 mitigation measures. I won't walk you through those. We've touched upon the key changes. We do note that in each case, what we've sought to do is pick up recommendations from expert witnesses through the evidence or from authority submissions, and
And we'll continue to update that document if any further changes arise from the submissions, and we'll revisit that document to the extent we need to on the final day of the hearing. So that really brings us then to the conclusion, and I'm happy to take that as read. Again, we just emphasise this fundamental point, which is that all of the supplementary work points in one direction, and that direction is in favour of, in support of the recommendations or the analysis contained within the IAC. A call for further work was made. That work has been done. Importantly, it corroborates and supports the findings of the IAC and provide a proper basis for the committee to conclude that the impacts are acceptable. And it must be relevant, we say, that not one expert witness has come before you and said, based upon the assessment that's been undertaken, the effects are unacceptable or that they will give rise to a material impact. Not one. Instead, the highest that has been said against the proposal by one expert, Dr. Edmonds, is that further work would be done, and in our submission that should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there's any further questions arising from the submission, I had two matters that respond to questions that arose today, and we can deal with them now. We don't have to come back to it tomorrow. So
Just checked any further questions based on submission?
No.
No? Okay.
thank you. Well, I've just got two, and I'll deal with these pretty briefly. They're responses to matters from today. I'll start with Member O'Neill, you asked about the study program and whether the finalised study program was exhibited or tabled, and the short answer is neither. And I've got some instructions on that without going into the full depth of what would appear to have been a fairly lengthy and iterative campaign between the DTP and the proponent and the TRG through the resolution of the study program. But I might just start the response by referring you to the Minister's directions from that direction 1 to 9, where it does appear that the process that was established was one that was effectively managed by DTP, subject to the provision of the provision of the study program in draft, and then the DTP engaging independent review. And over a period of time, there was this iteration back and forward. And what it culminated in was advice provided by DTP to the technical reference group members directly, that it was had considered the study program finalised, and it did that, I think, on the 17th of April 2024, and also provided to the members of the technical reference group a SharePoint that included a whole range of documents concerning the study program, noting, as we understand it, that none of that would be exhibited, but it'd be available. And then there was, on 19th of April, confirmation that a document, which was known as, I think, version 8 study program, was accepted as final. Now, that document, I've been through it. It's a list of here's what we'll do. It doesn't have a KDV, for what it's worth, from what I could see in that document. But all we'd say tonight is, presumably the department, if you ask to see it, I assume they'd say you can have it. I don't think there's be any resistance to it, but we'd just probably handball that one back to the department because they sort of ran that process. And the way the steps were set up, it was a requirement, if you look at paragraph 9 of the Minister's directions, that the department had to be satisfied about the adequacy and suitability of the supplementary EES pursuant to the study program. So effectively, the decision to exhibit and the adequacy review is sort of a cut-off, it would seem to us. So we can understand why the department didn't treat it as an exhibited document or something to invite public comment on, because it was a closed position that then led to the exhibition. And so it was the pursuant to Minister's Direction 10 that it was a supplementary EES that got exhibited, other documents that referred to.
To be really clear, again, we weren't fishing for it.
No, I understand. It's a matter for you.
But to be really clear, there's nothing in our direction, the directions
Correct.
to the IAC that give us any cause to want to see it or to review it or to.
That's how I saw the
It
real
was
point
just
of your
when I
question.
was reading your submissions today and the discussion on the study program, I was going, have we seen that?
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And I did understand to be the real core of your question was, is it a matter for your terms of reference or the minister's direction? Do you have to go back to that? And we don't see that as the case. And we think it's a deliberate approach that's taken both through the minister's directions and the approach DTP took to close the study program exercise by reference and referring all those documents to the TRG. If you had any other questions about it, presumably you put them to the department. So if that's the response to that question, the other one is just I can deal with very briefly and as anticipated, to be frank. Member Carlisle, you referred us this morning to some letters you received from courts that are now, I think, being given a number. I've been able to read those. We're not absolutely sure why those letters were written. We know there's not a submitter and there's no specific reference to you within the directions or for the supplement purposes of the SES to be reviewing those matters. We don't know whether that's just unfamiliarity with the process because there's reference to do you want a meeting or whether it's just an abundance of caution. But nonetheless, we don't oppose what you've done, just table the letters. As to responding to them, it seems to us that the matters raised are perhaps in different terms, but are virtually identical to certainly Viva's understanding of the situation and the circumstances that you dealt with in the first inquiry. And to that end, I was just going to simply refer you to your own dealing of that in under 11.6, and in hard copy it was page 128 to page 131. And in fact, your findings that you made on that occasion would be identical, it seems to us, based on the letters you've received from the port. So I think
Sorry, what was the page reference?
Oh, sorry. In hard copy, Member O'Neill, page 128 to 131 is where the committee dealt with navigation and mooring issues, and your findings were to the effect of acknowledging that significant additional work would be required and that if any substantive project modifications are required as a result of further assessment, decision makers will need to consider how the potential environmental effects of these modifications are assessed. And without wanting to make it therefore something we need to respond to, I can just add, if it assists you, that yes, there's been further work in between times. There will still be significant further work. The Viva don't anticipate any change to the footprint as such around Perth. The question about traffic out in the bay or in shipping channels is really wholly a matter for ports and other ports and harbour masters. And I did note a reference in that letter to you, a reference to something that happened interstate. And through conversations we've had with Paul, we understand that to be a reference to Gladstone Port, where with the amount of carriers there was a new shipping channel or something introduced. We don't see that as material for here. Abundance of caution might be the phrase I've used, but we would point out, of course, that Gladstone's an export port. It's one of the major coal and gas export ports in the country. The volumes of traffic and of these large vessels are quite different than a receiving port, which might get at full capacity, you might get a delivery. I think it's 8 to 9 days. In some parts of the year, it'll be a month will pass. It's the frequency is relevant to the sorts of judgments that will be made for traffic in the harbour. So I think the best thing is to treat that letter as a courtesy letter from the port to you. We don't resist it being tabled, but it's outside the scope and in any case falls squarely within what you'd found and you wouldn't re-examine for your assessment. So I thought if I dealt with it that way tonight, we don't have to get into some sort of correspondence over it. It would be neater just to deal with it orally. And if it was all right with you, they'd be the matters that we deal with today. So
Okay.
you wouldn't hear from us unless you ask us again until
Okay. Well, all that's left to say today is that we have now circulated that version 5 timetable that we talked about this morning. We have a late start tomorrow, 11:20, so if you turn up at 10 o'clock, you'll be a little lonely. One of our submitters, Whitehall Guest House, Queenscliff, are no longer appearing in person, but they asked for the opportunity to present a further written submission. And we've given them a deadline of this Thursday at 12 noon, just so you can capture that in your reply. Anything else anyone wanted to raise before we close?
Yes, can I just as a courtesy indicate that tomorrow and through till Friday when our case is to be presented, Mr. Tobin will have the carriage of the matter in the hearing room and will be watching and listening online.
Okay.
separately.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.